All right, it looks like we're there. I'm waiting for the feedback. All right. Let me get the PowerPoint back up here. Okay. All right, so I will just do a quick introduction. Good morning and welcome to the 2025 evaluation meeting for the Boating Facilities Program. I'm Karen Edwards with the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office, and I will be moderating today's meeting. With me is a team of volunteers who are serving as evaluators for this grant program, where local and state agencies are requesting funds to develop and enhance recreational motorized boating in Washington State. These volunteers will score and rank project proposals from local agencies today and state agencies tomorrow, and the preliminary ranked lists will be made available to the Recreation and Conservation Funding Board in April with a request for their approval in anticipation of potential funding. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and grants available for recreation in Washington State, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. And I will forward over to our first project, 10 o'clock, which is Electric City, their Coulee Playland. Let's see. Okay, and I have two people signed up to present. I have Diane and Marissa. Who will I be giving controls over to?
You will give control to Marissa.
To Marissa. Okay, fantastic. Let me find you here, Marissa. Okay, Marissa, you should have controls if you want to just start moving your mouse around. I'll let you know when it shows up on my end. Sometimes you have to click or double click for it to kind of grab hold. There we go. I can see you there. And if you want to try advancing slides, we'll make sure you can do that. All right. It looks like you're set. And just a reminder, you have 12 minutes and I'll go ahead and keep track of the time. And it's all yours.
Let me get back to the beginning. Okay, Diane, if you want to start presenting.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Diane Kohout, and I'm the mayor of Electric City. And I also have Marissa Siemens with TD&H Engineering online. The City of Electric City is applying for a grant for upgrading the Coulee Playland lower campground and boating facilities to be ADA, ABA compliant. Coulee Playland is a recreational campground with boating facilities located in Electric City in Grant County and on the shores of Banks Lake Reservoir. Banks Lake's central location makes it commutable from almost every part of Washington within 3 to 4 hours. Banks Lake is nearly 27 miles long, stretching from Electric City to Coulee City. This man-made reservoir is a favorite amongst visitors for boating, fishing, and swimming, and described as one of the preeminent bass fishing destinations in the Northwest. Accessibility on Banks Lake is a major issue. One of the 10 boating facilities, only 3 are fully accessible with campground, bathrooms, and docks. All other state-operated water access sites have limited to no accessibility, and very few have docks or mooring slips to allow for safely entering and exiting boats. This map shows the location of the boating facilities and their ADA compliance as red, yellow, or green status. This project will bring Coulee Playland's lower campground and boating facilities into compliance with ADA requirements. Cooley Playland has been leased by Electric City from the Bureau of Reclamation since 1954 in 25-year term lease agreements. It is operated year-round by a concessionaire with some limitations in the winter. The docks are left in the water for winter use and dry camping is allowed. The current lease will expire in 2029, with lease negotiations starting in 2027 for their next lease. As part of the application, the city submitted a letter to RCO requesting an exception or variance to the control and tenure term requirement, as this lease situation is very similar to the properties owned by Washington State Department of Natural Resources. The BOR promotes this project, and that is reflected in their financial contributions via cost-sharing agreement and their support letter. Fox Den Properties started operating the facilities in 2022. During the concessionaire agreement negotiations, the Bureau performed an inspection of Cooley Playland and identified multiple ADA and ABA deficiencies that need to be addressed. A 10-year transition plan was developed and agreed upon by all parties. This project addresses all the items related to the boating facilities and lower campground. Fox Den Properties is responsible for bringing the interior of the store into ADA compliance. In the last year, they have made cosmetic upgrades to the upper campground shower facility and rebuilt a couple of docks. However, none of these upgrades are ADA compliant. The fueling dock is not ADA compliant as shown in the photos. The gaps between dock sections are too big. There is no transition plate, and there are elevation changes along the travel path to the dock and on the dock. The mooring docks are not ADA compliant as shown in the photos. The mooring docks have the same compliance issues as the fueling dock. The lower campground lacks ADA accessible campsites for recreational vehicles and does not have a dedicated ADA accessible tent site with access to the boating facilities. The lower bathroom shower facility is not ADA compliant. Neither the men's nor the women's side has an ADA accessible bathroom stall or shower stall. Also, the entrance to the building has a barrier from the parking area. Another concern is the lack of accessible pathways between the facilities. There are no ADA compliant paths connecting the boating facilities to the store, the fueling station, boat rental counter, or restrooms. Cooley Playland is unable to safely accommodate guests with mobility challenges. There is no data available that shows who the user is, but the regional population is defined as unserved and underserved by multiple state agencies. The proximity to the Colville Confederated Tribes is one factor. Cooley Playland is a popular destination, attracting approximately 4,900 overnight visitors annually, excluding winter campers. During the summer, the campground is fully booked every weekend, with most guests bringing motorized or non-motorized boats. Each weekend, about 120 boats stop to refuel. So how does the project meet the need? By addressing the ADA, ABA deficiencies identified by the Bureau of Reclamation. One mooring slip and the fueling slip will be replaced with ADA compliant slips. Fox Den Properties will be responsible for removing the fueling hoses from the existing dock and reinstalling on the new dock. All work related to the fueling equipment is excluded from this project. The existing bathroom shower facility will be replaced with an accessible precast concrete building. 2 existing RV spaces will be retrofitted to ADA accessible, and one 30-amp RV space with water and power will be converted to an ADA accessible tent space. This project is extremely important to the City of Electric City and the Bureau of Reclamation, as shown in the city's adopted plans and the Bureau's support of the project. Existing boating and campground facilities offer many amenities to transient boaters and those staying at the resort. Stopping in for a quick bite or snack, stock up on boating or camping supplies, refuel, enjoy a picnic spot, or just use the bathrooms. Cooley Playland is located on the outskirts of Electric City with commercial and residential zoning to the west and to the south. Banks Lake is used for recreational boating, fishing, and swimming, and considered a premier destination for smallmouth bass and walleye. Renovations of the existing bathroom facility have been discussed, and they have not been eliminated completely. The age of the building and small footprint is a challenge to maintain the same number of bathroom stalls and shower stalls. This would require a feasibility study by an architect to determine what could be constructed within the existing footprint. For the docks, we propose to use night boat docks that are Endangered Species Act compliant and built to last a lifetime. For the bathroom shower facility, we propose to use the CXT precast building that is manufactured with high-strength concrete floors, walls, and roof. CXT buildings are simple to install, ready to use, and easy to maintain. The interiors are designed to resist abusive wear and can be cleaned quickly with warm soapy water and a brush. For the paved drive aisles and parking, the pavement section will be designed for a 20-year life and will consider the estimated future RV and boat traffic loads. For the concrete sidewalks and ADA accessible camping sites, the concrete will be designed for a 50-year lifespan. Concrete was selected as it is less sensitive to the elements and requires less long-term maintenance than asphalt. The project design incorporates risk management and safety by increasing lighting at the bathroom shower facility and eliminates numerous barriers. The proposed site improvements will not alter the current use of boater facilities. It improves the facilities with safer pedestrian access. The majority of the new sidewalk is separated from parking and drive aisles to avoid pedestrian vehicle conflicts. The project cost was developed by TD&H Engineering and incorporates quotes from the dock and the CXT manufacturers. The total project cost is $1,438,640, of which the city has secured 50% of the required funding from the Bureau of Reclamation, and the city will provide 10%. The city and their engineer.
Diane, I do want to let you know you have about a minute and a half left to get through the criteria.
Okay, we're almost done. The city and their engineer considered sustainability in their selection of night boat docks and CXT building with their reduced maintenance and operational costs. Cooley Playland promotes local economy through the number of fishing tournaments it hosts, and improved accessibility will allow more participation. Cost benefit is for everyone: the city, the concessionaire, and the Bureau, and all facility users. Users will have reduced risk of tripping and falling, which reduces the likelihood of a safety accident. The concessionaire experience reduced operational and maintenance costs, which allows more investment back into the facility. New fueling and mooring slip will benefit the motorized boats with improved access. And Cooley Playland also offers a boat ramp, which is widely used by the public. Banks Lake is used by all outdoor water recreational enthusiasts, fishing boats, wake boats, kayaks, pedal boats, jet skis. With 15 fishing tournaments a year, numerous people get to enjoy the great outdoors on Banks Lake. The project is in the design phase with an aerial drone topography survey complete. preliminary site plan complete, and 60% of the cost is secured. It will take very little to get from preliminary design to bid, advertisement to construction. Thank you for your time and consideration of our project. Any questions?
That was right on the money, Diane. Nice work. All right, any questions for Diane in order to score this project? Go ahead, Linda.
Hi, I did have a couple questions. Your ADA vehicle trailer parking that you had on your site plan. I'm wondering how a vehicle and trailer can even get into that parking spot if you have cars parked on the side of the store and in front of the vault toilet. Is that actually possible? Yeah.
Yes, the trailer, I believe the site that you're looking at, the trailer would be horizontal to the lakeside, so that
Correct.
coming out of the trailer, you would be facing the water. And so
I can't
that,
see your screen, your slide. It's not on the screen.
Oh, let me get it back up there. There we go. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
okay, so all the other campsites are perpendicular to the water, but that one is specifically horizontal to the water, so that backing in, you back right in off of the road. And so you're not pulling out into the road to be able to back the trailer in.
I would assume that once you launch your boat, you come back in front of the store, drive around, and then those arrows indicate you come in from where that trail is and park horizontal next to, parallel to the shoreline. And then to come out, you come out towards the store and then loop around.
Yeah, you can come out toward, excuse me, you can come out towards the store, or you can follow the road up. There's another entrance exit up at the other end of the campground.
So it's possible to maneuver into that slip from, even if someone's parked at the restroom and cars are parked along that store side.
Right, right.
Okay. And then is your boat launch, are either one of those floats ADA accessible?
Not currently. There will be one that is,
But not in this project?
but not at the current time. That is one of those things that we do have to change.
Okay. And then did you get your waiver for your lease issue not being in
So
compliance?
Linda, I'll go ahead and address that. We are working with Coulee City on that for, that is actually part of eligibility, not part of the criteria. So we're
Okay.
working to ensure eligibility on the back end. Yeah.
Okay. And then just out of curiosity, what are you going to do with your old floats? Are you going to add those on to some of the others to make them longer for more users? Or are they
And,
just completely not usable?
Well, I'm not sure what we're going to do with those at this point. We haven't actually, the engineer and I haven't actually talked about that, or the concessionaire.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any other questions? Go ahead, Erin. Oh, you're on mute.
There we go. Okay. What do boaters there do with their waste, their sewage?
Oh, boy, I am not sure. I cannot answer that question because most of the boats are not live aboard.
Mhm.
But and I do believe that when they go in and out of the boat launch, if they do have a holding tank, they take that with them, but there is a dump station
Okay,
on site.
that's all I was looking for. Thanks.
Thank you, Erin. Any other questions for Diane? We still have about 3.5 minutes if anybody has any clarifying questions to score this project. Linda?
Yes, can I ask about prorating the restroom and the parking area for people that aren't boating?
That aren't boating?
Yes. Like, do you have campers that come in here that don't have boats, use all the facilities? Should the restroom be prorated for any of that?
If there was a need for proration, we would be working with the applicant on that to ensure eligibility.
Okay,
And that would be for that, or if there is the need to prorate between motorized and non-motorized use.
okay, thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Linda. Any other questions for Diane? All right, Diane, thank you so much for the presentation. Marissa, thank you for navigating.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, and good luck on your project. We are going to move on to the next project here, which is the Port of Garfield. And it looks like I have Tina Keller online. Hello, Tina.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. All right, I am going to go ahead and can everybody see the Port of Garfield's slide? Thank you so much. I am going to hand controls over to Tina.
Thank you.
You bet. All right, Tina, you should have controls now. If you want to just move your cursor around on the screen, I'll let you know when it pops up on my end. It looks like you've got it.
Okay.
So if you want to just try to
I
advance forward, make sure you have full controls. There we go. It's looking
okay.
good.
Okay. Oh gosh.
Okay, so
Oh. Let me get back to the beginning.
So Tina, lower left corner, you will see some faint arrows.
Oh,
And go ahead and, yep, arrow back
okay.
to your beginning slide. And
I
just
apologize.
a reminder, you have 12 minutes and okay, it's all yours. Good luck.
Okay. Well, I am here to present to you the boat ramp and boat dock renovation plan that we're trying to get some funding for here. I'll just start right down here. Summary. This is some of the problems we're having. Our boat launch and ramp are in disrepair here. That we've checked, some of the estimates are coming in anywhere from $400,000 to $1 million to fix our boat ramp. We're hoping we can get some engineers on this and maybe by 2027 have it completely repaired. Our location is on the Snake River. You'll see the red marks. This is where we're at. Whitman County is over on this side. This is all Garfield County on this side. There are large cracks and holes in the launch itself. There's exposed rebar. It's eroded quite terribly. This, along this edge, is a drop off that it's quite dangerous. We, a year ago, had to put the sign up for the ramp damage, enter at your own risk, because some folks had backed their trailers down and got their tires stuck off the edge of the cement ramp. As you'll see here, we have some missing hardware. It's hard to replace some of these bolts. Somebody has to get down under the water to get to it. The structure is collapsing here along the edge where the permanent dock and ramp is slid up onto the cement. The brackets, we think a barge hit our dock. So we can't get any repairs from anybody who may have damaged it, but a lot of the metalwork has been broken and twisted. Our dock is non-compliant with ADA. It slopes in the areas. It has tripping hazards. As you'll see in this picture, the sloping walkway and no lip around the dock itself. It's slippery. It's kind of intimidating to anybody that's not been on something like that. This shows the area where the trailer tires get stuck off the edge of the ramp. We have had this in our comp plan for some time. It's just it's a costly expense, and we're just trying to get some added funding to help us get along with that. We have letters of support from Garfield County Commissioner Jim Nelson and State Representative Mary Dye. Since this serves several rural communities and it's conveniently located off of Highway 127, it connects Whitman County, Garfield County closely. It is used year-round for hunting and summer recreation, fishing. It's just used a lot. This is an aerial view of the current area. A couple years ago, we got the paving done. So that's nice and accessible. There's curbing. There's oil separators to help contamination. And there's a ADA vault toilet on location. We have short-term parking in the staging area and 17 parking spaces for boats and trailers.
Hey, Tina, I did want to let you know that you're not required to answer criteria 3 or 4 for these projects. So I don't want you to spend too much time on those.
Okay.
Just ensure that you're addressing the criteria for the project type. Okay.
The purpose of the grant application is for our engineering and design. We have already put aside our funds if we receive the grant. Our future would look like this. We would like to have a nice area for picnicking, and we would like to build our boat ramp to be at the highest standards to last for many years. Currently, one of our biggest risks is that there's no ADA access onto the boat ramp for the public. We worry that somebody might mistake that. Sorry. So this is to show that this is a boated and trailer situation. Somebody once thought it was just for like kayaking and such. It's not. This shows the access we have. The red boats are the nearest boat launches. Little Goose is on the down by Little Goose Dam. It's a long ways away. Willow Landing is not accessible for jet boats, and Ilia Landing is not accessible for, well, it's only jet boat because it doesn't have a dock. Our area, this boat launch is for speed boats, various fishing boats, paddle boards, kayaks, It has popular access to shorelines. We are 33 miles from Dayton, 34 from Colfax, 51 from Coleman, 64 Walla Walla, and 92 from Spokane. And we know people come from all of those locations to use our boating facility. The quality of the launch is very important to us. We accommodate many kinds of boats. We have even had a tour boat had to dock with us. They had a emergency with one of their people on board. There was a ecological spill east of the Central Ferry area. They used our boat launch and parking as a staging area for that cleanup. What we're doing is we're seeking engineering and design, and these are our letters from our supporters. We have talked to many people in the community. Oops. Uh-oh. Okay, I clicked too far.
That's all
So,
right. I'll
does-
go ahead and get your presentation back up here.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. If
Welcome.
any questions anybody has, I will try to answer them for you.
All right. Thank you so much, Tina. So you answered, it looked like you were trying to answer criteria 3 and 4. Unfortunately, you did not answer criteria 5 and 6, which was planning success and sustainability.
Oh,
But let's go ahead and hand it over to the advisory committee
Okay.
members
okay,
and get some get some questions answered so they can score this project.
sure.
Doug,
Thank
right
you.
ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Linda.
Linda, go right ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you mentioned your dock damage and possibly being hit by a barge.
Yes.
Does that happen a lot since you have the barge right next door being loaded by the
No.
grain?
No,
Oh.
this seems to be the only time that we noticed, I want to say 3 winters ago. I don't know if there was ice buildup or what, but
Oh,
it's the
okay.
only time that we're aware of that it's been hit by something.
Right. I was wondering why you have that orientation of your floats there side by side. Is there a real strict limit as to how far out you can go?
Well, the limit would be if we put those other 2 going straight out. Yes.
That's allowed?
We're not restricted horribly. I believe we could go out somewhat further.
Okay.
Those
then-
docks were brought over from not far, Central Ferry State Park. When they closed the state park in
Yes.
2018 or 15, one or the other, those were extras and we needed a better dock. So they brought those over
Okay.
for us to use. That's
Right.
why they're that
And
way.
How old is your ramp?
The original ramp was put in 1970.
Okay.
Then we had some repairs done to it in 2011. And that was the last time that any repairs were done.
Right. And then, so the ramp, you don't think it's cracking and crumbling because the land underneath it is all eroding away? It's just the age?
Well, there's probably somewhat of erosion. When I looked up the plans to how the ramp was built, it's built on a metal structure. And we think, the age of the concrete is
Just
a lot at
deteriorating?
fault. There is some washing, but it doesn't just like cave off. It just slowly goes out there into the water. you can stand in this area, I guess I should say. We just
Right.
think the concrete has just broken off. But
Okay.
without getting an engineer in there and having somebody really
Yeah.
check it out, we don't know for sure.
And then your permission to drive up to this area through all the silos, do you have that permission in writing and they can't take it away?
Yeah, all of it is our property. There's a road that goes around it along the river. The truck traffic and the elevators, we all get along really well. There doesn't seem to be a problem, but the roadway is ours. It's in our lease.
Okay.
They just put their elevators on our property and they lease that land.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. Any other questions for Tina? Go ahead, Lowell.
Hi, Tina. Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. Question is about your docks and if you remove them in the wintertime, if you ever have issues with ice or anything like that that might impact in your area.
We don't remove them in the wintertime. This area
Full
gets
time?
used all year round. Yes.
Okay. All right. Does it ever ice over?
There gets some ice on the edge if we have a really
Okay.
long spell, but we rarely have that. And I mean, even just this recent one, there's not ice around the edge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lowell.
Thank you, Lowell. Any other questions for Tina? All right, Tina, it looks like we're good. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Tina. All right. We are at our first break of the morning, and our next presentation will be the City of Des Moines at 10:55. So I'll be on a few minutes early, and we will start right at 10:55 with that project. So have a nice break, everybody. Yes, Carl.
Hey, for some reason, one of the boxes on my evaluation here, I'm not able to get a number to stick.
Okay, Carl, could you get in touch with Tessa directly?
Okay.
And she should be able to help you with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Carl, that just means the range is different. So between a range of 0 to 5 is for most of them, and it's probably a scoring range of 2 to 3. It's just a different range, most likely.
That would be correct.
Thanks for that, Aaron.
Thank you.
I had the same problem. That's
Yeah.
all.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Katie. Hi. We've got evaluators on a short break and we will get you started right at 10:55.
Sounds good. Just let me know.
I sure will. Thank you. All right, and as evaluators are trickling back, getting ready for our 10:55 with the City of Des Moines. I'm just going to welcome everybody back. Again, my name is Karen Edwards, Assistant Section Manager here at the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office, where we are here with our volunteers who are scoring and ranking boating facility program proposals from local agencies. And we will get your presentation up here. Does this look familiar, Katie? The right presentation? Okay, great.
Will I just tell you when the next slide is?
Actually, I'm going to hand controls over to you.
Okay.
So I will do that right now. You should have controls, Katie. If you want to just move your cursor around, I'll let you know when that pops up on my end. And that means that you have controls. Not seen it yet. Sometimes you have to kind of click or double click. There we go. I can see it now. Lower left corner, there's controls forward and back, or you can use your keyboard arrows forward and back. If you want to try advancing, we'll make sure that you've got, there we go. Okay, it looks like it's working and we're right at 10:55. And so Katie, just a reminder, you have 12 minutes. I'll be keeping time and it's all yours. Good luck.
Okay. Quick introduction, Katie Bavegni, Assistant Harbor Master for City of Des Moines. I have Scott Wilkins, our Harbor Master, and Joe Dusenberry, our previous Harbor Master and turned consultant. So a little history about our location. The Redondo Beach Park and Boat Ramp was built by King County in 1980, became part of the city after the area was annexed in 1998. In 2002, the city completely rebuilt the parking lot to increase the capacity and added another float string and 12 steel guided piles to the ramp. This was mostly funded actually by an RCO grant. Currently, the city is making significant investments in the Redondo facility. At this time, we have a new public restroom that is nearing completion, and we are currently under the design phase to replace the public fishing pier. Oh, there we go. This slide represents our project need. There are over 600,000 people living in South King County, and Redondo is one of 5 publicly owned sites where the public can access Puget Sound. It is also the only site with a trailer boat launch ramp. Redondo Beach and boat ramp is located at the southern tip of Des Moines. The need for this project is driven by the scarcity of saltwater access for trailered boats in South King County. The closest ramp to this location is in West Seattle, and that ramp was upgraded in recent years. Beyond that, the next closest ramp is located at Point Defiance in Tacoma. That ramp is also an all-weather ramp with a good amount of parking. Other ramps such as Shilshall would require significant drive time for residents of the Redondo's service area, which is that yellow circle. The launch ramp used in our area is seasonal with peak use occurring from July through September. This project is listed in the city's capital improvement plan and will complete the planned upgrades to the launch ramp. These improvements will also ensure that the city meets its commitment to provide safe and convenient saltwater access to boaters of South King County. This slide primarily represents the ease of access to the location. Trailered boats can easily access the site from I-5 via the South 227th Street or via the Redondo Way off of 99, which is that road right there. On this slide, you can see the site consists of 2 parcels. Outlined by the yellow is the city's parcel. It's approximately 2.8 acres. The other section outlined by the green is a leased parcel from the Department of Natural Resources. You can see that the city's parcel is divided by Redondo Beach Drive South. That east portion of the city's parcel is all a paved parking lot. It approximately has 38 vehicle trailer spaces and about 30 single vehicle vehicle spaces. The ramp is located on the western piece of the city's parcel with a gently sloping sandy beach area. DNR's parcel abuts to that western edge of the city's parcel and will have the outer 72 feet of each float string. The ramp is a 2-lane ramp configuration. It's 40 feet wide and 100 feet long. The boarding floats on each side are about 5 feet wide and 180 feet long. Our existing facilities that are either in development phase or design phase include the new public restroom and a public fishing pier. The restroom, as you can see, is nearing completion and has been relocated to within the parking lot of the city's parcel. And the public fishing pier is currently in the design phase for replacement, and it'll occupy the same floor print that it currently is, primarily on the western portion of the city's parcel, with the far end of the pier extending out over the leased DNR land. Some adjacent uses include Highlands College Marine and Science Technology Center, otherwise known as the MASS Center. This is located immediately north of the city's parcel, and it also houses a small aquarium that is open to the public. Along with that, just south of the launch ramp, there's about a 3,000-foot long boardwalk. It's also a popular high-use area. Further uses that, the city owns and maintains is the public park just across from Redondo Way South. This is a day use park, and we also included some photos of the 2 large residential units that border the facility. On to our urgency. The city intended to replace this float string as part of a 2018 project, but the rapid escalation of costs in early 2020 and 2021 forced the city to phase the project. At this point, the floats have been in service for a little over 3 years longer than intended. You can see the floats have deteriorated to the point where they're no longer safe and they will not be deployed for the 2025 boating season. When we have 2 safe float strings installed, boaters are protected from the wind and waves from both the southwest and northwest. When it comes to project design, because of Redondo's location and the possibility of extreme wind and wave conditions, the city's primary design consideration are durability and the ability to repair the float sections. Marine staff reviewed the standard float design alternative evaluation that was developed by Reed Middleton in 2018 for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife to confirm the best alternative for new floats would be a design based on existing floats. At the beginning of the phase 1 of this project, the existing float had been in service for about 20 years. Although the site conditions have not changed, there were some significant changes in environmental regulations that had to be incorporated into the new float design. This slide shows the launch ramp. This project does not include any major repairs to the concrete ramp deck. While the original deck has some cracks and localized falling, there are no displaced areas that would create a hazard. The galvanized steel guide piles in this photo were installed in 2004 and remain in good to very good condition. Some challenges, unlike in the first phase, this phase includes demolition of the last remaining original elements of the ramp. We will also be removing the treated timber approach and the shore side connection for the original float string. Along with that, we will also need to modify and update the concrete approach wedge. Continuing with the project design, replacing the original approach will allow the city to demolish the last of the original 8-foot wide floats and remove the spacers in the guide pile hoops. Removing the spacers will allow us to move the new string about 3 feet closer to the guide pile and increase the usable width of the ramp by that amount. As noted on the previous slide, the existing approach would be replaced by a new all concrete wedge that mirrors the wedge on the other side of the ramp. This is the design that was used in phase 1 of the project. In the preferred design, the solid wood decking on the original 2002 float is replaced by a fiberglass grate decking that meets the Washington State Fish and Wildlife penetration requirements. Fiberglass grating is easier to keep clean and looking good, while also a safer walking surface. It's also easier to remove and reinstall, making repairs much simpler to complete. The new design will use steel tubes to give the float sections the firmness that the solid wood decking provided in the old float design. The new design will also incorporate pile hoops fabricated from heavy steel tube while retaining the swing gate design that makes installing the floats far easier. The new design uses the same hinge design with a solid HDPE pin that was successfully used in the phase 1. The new design utilizes a wider, more durable HDPE rub strip that will have a longer service life. And like phase 1, the new floats will have a wider transition plate from the approach wedge to the first float that will let the float rest with both standoffs on the ramp, making installation much easier and reducing the wear on the connection. The city demonstrates a commitment to the stewardship of our shoreline facilities by the use of environmentally friendly materials for the new floats, investing in upgrades to the boat washdown area that will increase capacity and ensure that all washdown runoff will be captured in a vault with an oil water separator, by developing new hardware that will increase the useful life of the floats, and by consistently repairing and maintaining the facility. Our cost benefits. The revenue received from parking cover most of the operating and maintenance costs for the facility. Typically, parking revenue from boaters is about 50% of the total revenue collected. The rest of the revenue is collected from visitors that use the long boardwalk and attend the Mass Center or use the pier or surrounding beach area. We average about 3,800 launches per year. The city calculates that the capital funds invested in the ramp amount to a total of about $7 per launch, with RCO contributing about $5 of that total. The Redondo ramp has been a continuous operation for over 40 years, and it is the only facility dedicated to trailer boaters on South King County. Trailered boaters value Redondo because of its location, close by parking, and complete washdown area. The city remains committed to providing this gateway to boating at the highest level with the lowest possible costs. From this map, you can see that the Redondo location is uniquely located to provide access to central Puget Sound areas, which has been the place for fishing for day users for over a decade, many decades. Boat launched at Redondo are predominantly less than 26 to 28 feet, and boaters are immediately in open water with no speed restrictions that you might see at other facilities. Fishermen can quickly get to traditional fishing locations such as Brown Point's Point Defiance, the Duwamish Head, and day users or boat camping opportunities exist that are easily accessible from the Redondo, which include Alki, the Seattle waterfront, the Tacoma waterfront, Port Orchard, and Bremerton waterfronts. So the readiness that we have, the match amount is in the Marinas 2025 budget. We've already started our SEPA Shoreline and Corps engineers, and then we will be filing for the Fish and Wildlife permits here in the next year. Other than that, I'm hoping I'm under that 12 minutes.
You sure did. You have 4 seconds left. Way to go. Right on. All right. Thank you so much, Katie. I do want to let advisors know that criteria number 3, which was urgency, did not need to be answered since this is a development project. So just use your discretion on that one. So we'll go ahead and open up for questions by the advisory committee members for Katie and crew. Go ahead, Linda.
There we go. On your application, you said your project is going to be completed in June of this year. Does that mean your floats are already being constructed?
No. Did we put it in June of this year? Completed?
Phase 1.
Oh, phase 1. The first float, set of float
Oh,
string.
the first
This
float
is-
string.
yeah,
Oh,
this is the
okay.
second. Mhm.
Okay, all right. I was just curious because it didn't look like the permits were all there unless you were using the same permits you have for the south string that you did. You're getting new ones?
We'd have to have a new permit.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
new permit
okay,
required.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any other questions for Katie? Hey, I see none. Katie, thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys all.
Thank you. All right, and it looks like we have our next up. Thank you so much for being early. Appreciate it. This is the Port of Everett. I've got Adam, Cassidy, and Laura. Who will I be handling controls over?
That'd be over to me, Adam.
Adam. Okay, great. Hello, Adam.
Hello.
All right. Can everybody still see my screen? All right. Let me find you, Adam. Okay, Adam, you should have controls. If you want to just move your cursor around, I'll let you know when it shows up on this end. And sometimes you have to click or double click to get it to.
Oh,
There we go. Okay, I can see it now, and you can either use the arrows on your keyboard, or there's some very faint arrows on the lower left corner to
Okay.
advance and go back slides.
All righty.
And just a reminder, you have 12 minutes. I'll be keeping time, and it's all yours. Good luck, Adam.
Thank you. I am having trouble advancing slides. Let me. Okay. All right. I think I got it figured out. Well, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Port of Everett's application for the boating facilities program funding. I am Adam Lemieux. I am the Government Affairs Manager for the Port, and joining me today is Laura Gurley, our Director of Planning, and Cassidy Follins, our Grant Compliance Manager. The Port of Everett proposes a $1 million request to fund the replacement of 6 boat launch floats, and this would renovate 12 launch lanes. The 10th Street boat launch is located on the west end of 10th Street at the northernmost point in the port's marina, just northwest of downtown Everett. The port maintains the bulk of Everett's accessible waterfront. These lanes are the only year-round boat ramp access in Snohomish County. Other ramps in Mukilteo or at Kayak Point pull their floats during the fall and winter due to tidal or storm action in the off-season. And then Edmonds operates a year-round sling launch. Slides are going to be a challenge today. There we go. The project scope is confined within the red outline in the lower left of the image. The launch is the largest in Washington State with 13 total lanes and is the primary marine launch in Snohomish County. Snohomish County is the 3rd most boated county in the state among motorboaters and leads the list in boat registrations along with King and Pierce County. Snohomish County is 3rd, tied with San Juan County for the most preferred county for boating, according to survey respondents in the RCO's Boater Needs Assessment. The launch handles an average of 27,600 boats each year between the years of 2008 and 2022, with peak years handling more than 35,000 boats. On Project Need, despite the efforts by our marina maintenance personnel, due to the age of the floats, the maintenance needs are outpacing the port's ability to keep up. The current construction is a piling dock primarily built with pressure-treated wood and exposed styrofoam floats. Simple repairs are becoming a thing of the past, as the condition of the materials does not easily allow dock components to be secured. The foam floats are exposed and subject to damage from weather, marine mammals, and launch activities. The port is experiencing larger failures of the floats, like this one seen here on the right, where transitions holding the floats together are failing. This one caused the closure of the launch lanes just days before the launch of boating season. This project is consistent with the needs expressed by boaters in the state's boater needs assessment and is included in the port's boating access and public facilities plan. The port is proposing to replace 6 of the existing 7 floats at an existing boat launch facility. This would modernize 12 existing lanes. The project area is surrounded by assets that enhance the recreational boaters' experience. The site is served by over 500 stalls of truck and trailer parking, additional visitor parking, and upland restrooms. Additional public amenities in the immediate vicinity of the launch include green park space, a playground, guest moorage, a fishing pier, and Jetty Island, a boating destination with relatively warm waters by Puget Sound standards and sandy beaches. The adjacent port marinas include additional guest moorage and a fuel dock. A new fuel dock is currently being constructed. The launch is located near several productive fishing areas in the Whidbey Basin, Admiralty Inlet, and other parts of the main basin of Puget Sound. The boat launch marina is located on the mouth of the Snohomish River, protected by marina infrastructure and Jetty Island. This site is already an existing popular boat launch, making it a suitable location for this investment. This site has received RCO funding in the past for tide flat acquisition in 1972 and 3 rounds of boat lane expansions, with the most recent being in 1991. This project will rejuvenate the service life of the launch facilities. 6 lanes of floats will be replaced, utilizing the same footprint of the existing floats. Each of the 6 floats are 227 feet in length, just over 6 feet wide apiece. New floats will be constructed using more resilient materials for marine conditions like galvanized steel and tub floats. Increased environmental conditions will result from the renovation of the facilities, including removing foam material and increasing light penetration. This project will reduce the frequent need of maintenance and dramatically reduce the risk of lane closures. Estimated costs for the project include design and construction contingencies are in line with market trends for facilities and marine environments. The project benefits from using existing launch infrastructure like the pre-stressed piles and the concrete ramps that will remain, decreasing project costs. The floats will increase safety and reliability compared to today's unpredictable float conditions. This project strives to rejuvenate an aging facility in a way that benefits recreational boaters, reduces impacts to the environment, and maintains the affordability of access to our public waters. As discussed, the materials used in the new floats will improve the ecological function of the facility, increase light penetration, removing exposed foam, and using more resilient materials for the marine environment. This project will also keep the original footprint of the existing facilities, ensuring permit compliance and reducing the overall impact of the facility. Using existing infrastructure is reducing the cost of the project and minimizing environmental impacts. These lower costs will help the port maintain lower costs for launch and parking fees. Grant funds will help the port continue to invest in public access projects on the Everett waterfront, ensuring high quality access for all waterfront visitors. The launch is a critical component of the recreational boating economy in Everett, so much so that multiple boating related businesses and service providers have located on the port properties to serve this community. Turning to cost benefit, this project has multiple benefits. Focusing on the boater experience, should the project be awarded this funding, the project will proceed with minimal impacts to the recreational boating. This project will extend the usability of the largest boat launch in Washington State, reducing operation and maintenance costs. As discussed, this project will provide environmental benefits, including light penetration and the removal of the existing foam floats. This project benefits from existing infrastructure, limiting the investment to just the design, construction, and installation of the floats, maximizing the state's investment for the greatest amount of launch users. While the focus of these dollars are related to recreational boaters, this launch is a critical access point for regulatory agencies, research and security vessels, and first responders in North Puget Sound. This is one of my favorite pictures here. If this funding is not secured, the port will have to do the project as capital is available. A longer renovation will lead to lane closures due to continued float failures. This project is fully permitted. These permits do have an expiration, and in addition to raising costs, if RCO funding is not awarded, permit expiration would create greater cost and schedule uncertainty, considering the challenges associated with securing permits for overwater structures. RCO funding will help keep launch fees minimal to maintain affordable access to our state's public waters. Reduced operations and maintenance costs will allow the port to put capital investment into other elements of the recreational boating facilities. That in turn will increase the number of recreational boaters using the launch and other guest facilities. These floats have an expected 30-year life at a minimum. Meeting the criteria here for boats on trailers, this is what this facility is intended for. This project is entirely about, the project location is located at the mouth of the Snohomish River with access to boating upriver or out into Puget Sound. Everett's location puts boaters within reach of fishing sites around Hat Island, Humpy Hollow off of Mukilteo, and throughout the Whidbey Basin and Admiralty Inlet. The new floats are expected to serve the same amount of boaters that have been launching for Everett for years, with the capacity to support the past years of peak boating. The port proposes a $1 million RCO grant supported by a match of almost $877,000. This is a 46.5% local sponsor match. As discussed, the port has completed all the necessary permitting with the exception of the Executive Order 2102 Cultural Resources Consultation. Port engineering is ready to design the project upon grant award, and the port anticipates the project will take 18 months to complete from the signing of an agreement with RCO. And with that, thank you for your time today. We look forward to hearing any additional questions or comments you may have about the project. And I do have one question for this. I'm curious if this is intended for us to answer questions or get back to RCO with any follow-up.
Hi, thank you so much, Adam. So this is intended to be a live Q&A for advisory committee members to ask you clarifying questions so that they can score the project.
Great.
All right, any questions for Adam, Laura, or Cassidy? All right, must have done well, Adam.
Okay, which means it didn't need my super high fever from last time around to power me through this.
I
So
know.
that's good. Yeah.
Yes, well done. Oh, go ahead, Lowell.
Hi there, Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. I guess one question I had was about commercial use of the launch facilities. You mentioned that there were, government entities and first responders that use it, and you also mentioned that there were businesses on site that kind of catered to, at the port there that catered to recreational boaters. Do you have commercial operations that are going to use this?
That's and Laura, maybe you want to weigh in. The reference to businesses around before, we have dedicated pullouts by some of the private enterprises that are on the south side of the landmass from this picture that do a lot of their own pullout for repairs and other things. We also have a port facility just south of that for our own, for folks that are going to do work in the boatyard that we have. I don't know about adding any more. We do have some tribal fishery that uses this space, but they have a dedicated lane on 13, which is the breakwater on the top end of the photo for a lot of their activities.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Great, thank you so much, Lowell. Any other questions about this project?
Can I just add one thing? This is Laura Gurley. I'm on Adam's team. Just to clarify, the commercial uses that Adam was talking about are not on RCO property. They're not on the boat launch property. They're parts of the rest of the port and the marinas in the uplands. Canvas repair, engine, boat motor repair, all that kind of stuff.
Great, thank you for that clarification, Laura. All right, any other questions before we move on to our next project? All right, Adam, thank you so much. Laura, Cassidy, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have our next presenter here. It looks like Matt is with us. Matt, thank you so much for being here early.
Yes, I jumped on early. I guess it'll work, huh?
It
So,
will work if, yeah, we're ready for you if you are.
okay.
Great, so I'll go ahead and get you set up here, Matt. I will hand controls over to you. All right, so you should have controls, Matt. If you want to just move your cursor around, I'll let you know when it shows up on this end.
Okay.
Sometimes you have to click or double click to get it to show. All right, there we go.
There
I
it
can
goes.
see you.
Yep.
And at the lower left part of your screen on the blue or your arrows forward and back will advance your slides and go forward. So if you want to just go ahead and try advancing your slide. All right, it looks like you have controls. Those
Not sure
arrows,
Not sure how I did that.
the arrows at the lower left are very faint.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but you can also use your arrow forward and backward on your keyboard, whichever is easier.
Great.
Okay, and just a reminder, Matt, you have 12 minutes for your presentation. I'll be keeping time. And okay, it's all yours. Good luck.
All right, so I'm Matt Nienhaus. I'm the Public Works Director here at the City of Mukilteo. I might have AJ from Consort Engineering jump on. He kind of helped us with this grant application. So we're here to talk about the Lighthouse Park boat floats. And if you don't know where Mukilteo is, we're in South Snohomish County, kind of nestled between Everett and Linwood, a small community of 21,000 people. The things you'll might hear is that we have the Mukilteo Ferry Terminal and also Lighthouse Park. Those are kind of the two things that Mukilteo is known for. We really have a regional service area. We have a lot of people that come just to come to the park, to visit the park and the lighthouse throughout the region, the country, and even around the world as we take visitors in. But the boat ramp really is a main recreational hub there for us. And as we are settled right into the middle of the kind of the main fishing grounds around Woodby Island and Mukilteo and Edmonds, and it's a quick run to get to them. Fishing, crabbing, and shrimping are kind of the main things. But we do have plenty of recreational boaters also and kayakers that launch right here from the Mukilteo Lighthouse Park boat launch. New floats will come prefabricated. We are looking for 14 new floats, which is all of the floats, both docks. We have already completed the design and are ready to go on getting the construction documents and everything ready to go. We've currently have Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife permits just for our current docks as far as maintenance and taking them in and out. The biggest need is our connection points, as we have really intense currents and wave action on these docks because we do not have a breakwater in Mukilteo. And so that is our weak point as far as the construction of them. We also have a lot of decking issues. They're made out of plywood, and I'll show you that a little bit more later, but they are constantly delaminating, and it takes quite a bit of time for the crews to go out there and take those off and put on new ones each year. Some pictures here. So we're going to continue to use the same attachment points, the same piers. And these are some pictures from the other day. We have them out of the water in the winter just because of the currents and the wave action. So you can see the delaminating on the deck. We've peeled most of it off and are preparing to put down new surface. These pictures, the top one, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see some of the bottom is pulling off, which we don't really find until we pull them out every fall for the winter. And then also we got some rot there on the lower picture. Pretty standard for what we have when we take our docks in and out right now. So just a lot of maintenance by the crew as they'll spend the next couple of months getting these ready for our April install. Site suitability, we have current launch currently and also dedicated boat trailer parking within Lighthouse Park. Again, Possession Sound is regionally renowned for its fishing. We are in very close proximity to single-family residences, both Everett, Linwood, Mukilteo. People use it. We also have Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Washington State Ferries that use the dock. Lighthouse Park does have a rich history of being supported by RCO with 4 grants since 1998 to help with the development of the park. Project design. So several years ago, we went to Art Anderson Engineers and talked to them about our weaknesses with our current docks. And the city, with its own funds, had them do a new design. And they are a marine engineering firm. And so we have full plans, specs, and cost estimates from them. And going to a better material on the top, so a grading material that will help us with the maintenance on the decking, also be more safe, not as slippery as just plywood. But the main thing is the piano hinge design, going from basically a 1-inch pin to a 3-inch pin, and I'll show you some of the details here. Much more robust design is what when we worked with them to come up with to attach these together, because those are really our failure point when they are in the water, as those pins break and start to work their way out, and then we have to deal with broken pins in the water during the summer, which is I've been down there doing that. It is not the most fun thing to do, and it is not safe when the dock starts coming apart. So just another section, and you can see section there, and then we've got all our materials listed as we went through our estimates. So down to the nitty-gritty detail on our plans. We just need to get the bid package prepped with specifications, and we'll be ready to go. The floats will be replaced in kind. So we are used to taking these in and out several times a year. And so we will take them out. It usually takes a day and a half or so to take them out. And then we'll put the new ones in another day or day and a half. The grading will minimize our long-term maintenance costs, maximize the life. We're not going to be doing any ground disturbing activities, and it really just helps promote the public access as we continue being able to provide that for people in the area. So we're looking at about $60,000 a float right now to construct. Again, we've already paid for the design. We really want to keep these going. Failure of these would be very detrimental to a heavily used boat ramp in the summer. Really, we want to increase safety, the more robust hinge design, more sustainable decking, and just be able to maintain public access and decrease our maintenance costs and our time to the city. No change to the existing site usage or trailer access. We're going to continue to maintain the boat ramp and the gangways that are there. So we will just go from the float from the gangways out is what will be replaced. And so the city has owned this since 2003. We've thousands of boat launch permits a year. Primary use is fishing and crabbing and shrimping, but we do have sailboats and canoes and kayakers out here using this launch as well. In addition, it's really a historic tribal fishing, treaty grounds, camping ground, and along the whole Mukilteo waterfront. It was originally, when it was settled, it was a deep water port. We have the ferry, we have and just a lot of park and recreational areas along this waterfront. And readiness, we are ready to proceed. We've also been in talking with DNR as far as the aquatic lands lease, whether or not we need it, and timelines, and so we are ready to go to them to work with that when we get this grant on our ready to go out to construction. So design has been developed, paid for by the city. We have local matching funds obligated and ready to go. I think I did that in 12 minutes or less.
You most certainly did. You have 3.5 minutes remaining. You're good.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you so much, Matt. All right. Any questions? Carl, go right ahead.
Oh, Carl.
That was easier said than done. I had to unmute myself. The current floats are being removed during the winter, correct?
That is correct.
Are the new ones going to be removed during the winter?
I think they will probably have to be. We'll see how the wave action affects them, but we'll have to determine that. But the plan is that we will still remove them at some point in time during the winter to take them out, do maintenance when we get just our absolutely worst king tides and currents through there. We are looking at relocating the boat launch. We're working with the Port of Everett on that, kind of around the corner where we don't have as much current. We would use the exact same floats and the exact same design. That is something you guys had asked about previously, and so I wanted to kind of give a little bit of an update on that.
Quick question. The reason why I ask is just I didn't notice this on the design if it had like built-in sled type of apparatus underneath for it, so that they wouldn't be damaged as
when we pull them out.
Yeah.
So what we do is we actually put a mobile home axle and wheels underneath them on one end, and then chain them and lift them up with the backhoe on the other end, and they roll right out. And we've actually had the Port of South Whidbey come and look and see how we do it. So it's actually pretty slick. We can do it very quickly and easily. The biggest thing is just trying to find the tide and the wind to be able to do it. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Great. Thanks so much, Carl. Linda, go right ahead.
Hi. I had a question about your float design also. On slide 14, they essentially look like they're a plywood box with foam inside and light doesn't go through, but it has the grating on top of the plywood. Is that the way it is? There's no light that'll go through these?
Correct. It is all foam filled.
And there's a sheet of plywood and then a sheet of your grating on top, and then
Correct.
a sheet of plywood on the bottom?
Correct. Yep.
And that's allowed?
That is allowed. Yes. That's what we currently have.
Okay. I thought there were new regulations as of January this year that required light to go through floats that.
Yeah, we've been working with the permitting agencies and they have not said anything, so we'd have to look into that.
Okay. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Definitely sounds like something to look into. Thanks for that, Matt. Shane, go right ahead.
Yeah, hi, Shane Belson, Department of Fish and Wildlife. Are those pilings, are those a lot newer? And it looks like, are they steel pilings, and this does not involve any piling work? Is that
Correct.
right?
Nope. Those are current existing pilings. I don't know when they were put in, but this does not involve any piling work. This is just a replacement of floats. That is it. They'll have the exact same attachment points, the exact same pilings.
Yeah.
Basically, we're going to take them out, like in the fall and put the new ones in the spring. Yeah.
And they're in good shape. It looked like one picture looked like one was a little bit leaning, but maybe the picture was just crooked.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I haven't noticed that any are leaning. I was just down there. So they all seem to be in great condition. Yeah.
I think the picture was just maybe crooked. So, okay, thanks.
And if there's any slides anybody wants me to go to, feel free to let me know. I can navigate there. All right, go ahead, Lowell.
Yeah, hi, Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. It's great that you've been communicating, sounds like, with our land managers.
Yeah.
I just wanted to address that with Linda that, we do have, DNR does have standards for grading as well. Usually we do it like we require 50% of the float to be graded. So you can have one section that's not graded, another that is, and alternating like that. you might be in an unusual situation here because you've got a lot of currents and heavy weather. But just communicate with our DNR folks about the design when you get it, because we will require grading.
Yep.
Hey, thanks.
Thank you, Lowell. Shane, you have your hand up. Is that just a leftover or do you have another question?
Leftover.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Shane. All right. Any other questions for Matt?
Okay.
All right. That is all. Thank you so much, Matt. Great to see you.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
You as well. Thank you. All right. That brings us, we're running ahead of schedule. So we'll have a little bit of a longer lunch. Looks like we'll be back at 12:55 with the Colville Confederated Tribes BFP project. I'll be on about 5 minutes early to get everything set up. But I'll go ahead and break everybody for a bit of an early lunch and we'll see you back here just a little bit before 12:55. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. Everybody's starting to trickle in. We have our next presentation at 12:55. And just a reminder, my name is Karen Edwards, Assistant Section Manager here at the Washington State Recreation and Conservation Office. I am moderating our project evaluations for our boating facilities program, working on local projects today and state projects tomorrow. Our next presentation is going to be the Colville Confederated Tribes, and I believe Mark Morrison is with us. Hello, Mark. Am I going to be handing controls
Hello.
for this presentation over to you?
Actually, it'll be Wayne Rogers. He's also on the call.
It will be Wayne. Okay. Hello, Wayne. Welcome
Hello.
back. All
Yeah,
right.
we're representing the Colville tribe. Linda Palmer with Colville Parks was not able to be here today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for letting us know that. So Wayne, I am going to go ahead and hand controls over to you. You should have them now. If you want to move
Okay.
your cursor around, I'll let you know when it shows up over here.
Okay.
Sometimes you have to click or double click to get it to show. There we go. I can see us. So if you want to either use the arrows on your keyboard or the arrows at the lower left of the blue to advance, we'll make sure you can advance.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll just begin. Okay, this is the Nichols Beach boating facility. Okay, and oops, a little quick there. Okay, this was also part of a 2019 RICO planning grant project, and we developed construction plans at that time. And at this time, this is going to be phase 1 construction of a part of the 2019 RICO planning project, and it'll consist of boat trailer, parking, lot construction, and a boat launch facility, that construction. Okay, and it's over just southeast of Omak in Washington. And it's kind of in the northwest corner of Omak Lake. And the box, the black box, is where Nichols Beach is. There's a road that comes from the main road that kind of winds down the hill into the area the tribe wants to develop. And this is the site plan of the boat launch facility, the phase 1. The shaded areas would be paved parking. There's an existing restroom that there'll be a ramp built to, parking, ADA parking, and there'll be some drainage features and the boat launch and a boat dock. Right now, it's an informal boat launch, parking, fishing, and a swimming area. It has some pretty scenic views in the surrounding area, and it's kind of a rocky, rugged terrain. And this part, as far as the need, the community needs to develop a boating facility for Omak Lake, and then they also want to protect the habitat and the natural beauty of the area. It'll provide for a variety of users and uses: boating, fishing, tribal, and non-tribal users. The sports facilities will be a boat launch, dock, information signage, parking, and picnicking. This is a photo up on the hill looking south. And this is kind of an overall, it looks like it's a USGS map of Omak Lake there. Currently, the underserved community lacks a developed boater facility for the lake, and these are photos of the area where the proposed boat launch will be. It's just kind of a dirt parking area and a road. The existing facilities uses it's got an undeveloped parking, an existing toilet, restroom, a beach area, a small dock, and then there's the access road from the main road. Nearby uses: sport fishing, hiking, swimming, canoeing, kayaking. The topography is pretty rugged on the edges. It's kind of an arid landscape and very scenic. As far as the sustainability, we want to, as far as ecological factors, we want to minimize ecological impacts, use a low impact design approach in our construction, use of native plant species, promote, healthy activities for people to boat and swim. Project design, erosion control methods, silt fencing, where construction occurs, wherever there's a pipe inlet, we'll have inlet protection, and on banks, we'll use wattles. We'll have dissipation rock outlets, rock construction entrances, and disturbed areas will be hydroseeded, and there'll be, as far as access, ADA routes, ADA parking, and restrooms. And here's the site plan. It's pretty similar to the one you saw. The shade area is parking area. We have regular automotive parking, ADA, boat parking, and then the boat ramp. This would be the grading plan, which shows the erosion control plan, and you see the grading. You can kind of see the extents of the grading, and we do have erosion control fencing that will be put around where the construction is going. As far as we'll use hydroseeding with tackifiers to hold the soil in place when the construction is finished. Again, this is the grading plan that shows the extents, and we'll have, not more than, as far as ADA areas, 2%, and or up to slightly less than 4% for ADA areas. And pre-flat parking area, we have a kind of a flat area out here for the picnic area, and then it kind of slopes down to the lake. And these are, I won't go through the details, but this shows kind of the details of the boat launch and how that will be used. And they're all, yeah. And I guess this will be the stormwater plan, much like the grading plan. It just shows how it's graded, and there'll be pipes that'll direct stormwater through the site, and we'll have dissipation rock, stuff to minimize erosion for the stormwater pipes that are going under the parking area. Economic factors, it'll support the local economy and business. There's guided fishing that occurs on the site, recreation boating and fishing. There's hiking around the area, and we'll use materials that will help extend the life of the project. The benefits, the project already has boater use. There will be public awareness of the improvements will encourage users. We believe the project will not adversely affect the environment and the adjacent areas. The lake description there, it's pretty close to the city of Omak and Okanagan. It's like 3250 acre site. We have some records of past uses of, it says about almost 600 users between April and September. The lake is pretty deep, 300 feet. The lake generally has slow boat speeds. There's some motorized boating, canoeing, and kayaking, and there is already public access. Boater use experience to serve mainly boats on trailers by developing boat ramp facilities. The boater experience will be enhanced. Existing uses, they'll have a variety of boater experience such as scenic enjoyment, fishing, kayaking, canoeing. Project readiness. The project has prepared engineering design plans and is shovel ready for construction at this time. And as far as the budget analysis, the funding request is $750,000 with a in-kind match and in-kind total of $250,000. So that completes the presentation. And if you have any questions of Mark and I.
All right, thank you very much. I am going to grab controls back here. I'll go ahead and get the presentation back up for everybody. All right, and we will go ahead and start with questions from advisors, and we will start with Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Hi, I have a couple questions. When you started, you said this is phase 1. What is phase 2?
That would be the road into the site. Right now, it's just consists of the just the facility down by the lake. You can kind of see this kind of a long, I think they call it beer can road that comes down. So the adjacent area to the lake would be the phase 1.
Okay.
Yeah, when the original design was done, so the future phase will be paving and solar lighting of the access road. With this funding limit, we pared down phase 1 to what can be built with the budget amount.
Is there overflow parking on the road that exists right now? You can park along the sides?
Yeah, along the portion of the road that's parallel to the lake frontage, people do park along there on one side. Generally, as you go further up the road, it's steeper and narrower, so the overflow parking is limited to just down on that last section of roadway.
Okay. On slide 20, you could flip to that one. I was just curious to know how people actually will get down to the beach. Do they have to walk down the boat ramp to get there? Or is there going to be some dedicated path or something from the parking lot?
Currently the slopes are such that people just walk down the slope from the parking area.
Okay.
So that's kind of the current way that it's done.
All right. And then do you have any idea how much motorized versus non-motorized use this boat launch?
You know, we don't have specific information, but I believe that the majority, I believe, is non-motorized at this time, partially because the current state of the boat ramp is in rather decomposed condition. It's really mostly now just a dirt ramp, and so it's been difficult for anything of any size to be launched down there at all.
Okay. And then your permits, you said you're gonna apply for those when you start, prior to construction, that you expect to be done in summer of 2026. You can get everything by then?
I'm sorry, I didn't
Oh,
quite.
for your permits. You said you're gonna complete your project by the summer of 2026. But you're not gonna apply for permits until you start just prior to construction. Will you have time to get all of those?
You know, I believe the majority of the permitting has been completed through the tribe.
Oh, okay.
We're not required to get an Army Corps permit at this location. The tribe had determined that during the design process. So we've been working through the land use permitting and the cultural permitting and various other tribal permits. So once the funding comes in, it should be very quickly ready for construction.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Linda. Any other questions for this project in order for you to score? Go ahead, Lowell.
Yeah, hi, Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. Question about, it has some existing facilities. How were those funded? Were those funded federally or through the tribes or through RCO? Like the restroom and stuff that's there now?
You know, I believe it was all through tribal funds, through their Parks and Recreation Department. The restroom facility was replaced within the last, I think last 10 years. It's a precast concrete vault type facility, and it's in good condition. The original future phase plans does include an upgraded restroom with a shower facility and septic system and some more improvements. But again, to meet the budget limits, we're going to reuse that existing restroom at this time.
And what do users primarily go to the lake to do? Is this a fishing lake? You know, non-motorized boating? And then also, you mentioned that there isn't a lot of motorized boating at this time. I guess I'm wondering who the target motorized user is.
Yeah, I believe primarily right now there is fishing. Apparently there's a local company or two that actually will do guided fishing. So they'll bring up either kayaks or small watercrafts and do guides. If I recall, I believe there is a speed limit on the lake, so motorized boating would likely be limited to low speed boats, you know, so for fishing and just general recreation.
How will that be limited?
You know, I guess the Colville Tribe Parks Department will be in charge of you know, maintaining and policing this facility like they do their other facilities. So I'm not, without Linda being here, I'm not sure of exactly how specifically they plan to do that.
But you say there is already a speed limit there on the lake?
I'm fairly certain. I'd have to double check with the Parks Department, but I believe I remember hearing that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Lowell, for those questions. Yes, and just to kind of just refresh everybody's memory about the spirit and intent of the boating facilities program is for motorized boating. So, like I mentioned before, just ensure to use your discretion on that and just ensure some consistency there. So any additional questions? We have about 30 seconds left for this one before we move on to the next project. All right, and I see none. Thank you so much. We will go ahead and move on to the next project. I saw Alyssa Shea pop on. Hello, Alyssa. So next is our Port of Grays Harbor project. And Alyssa, I also had Aaron and Randy on here. I don't know if they're on, but am I handing controls over to you?
Going to be me, and they're not able to make it. They got tied up in another meeting, so.
No worries. Okay, sounds good. All right, for some reason that is not. Let me try that again. So I am going to stop sharing because this link isn't working, and I think I might need to go grab this presentation from another source. So bear with me for just a moment. Almost there. Okay, I think we're there. Let me share my screen again. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Appreciate it. All right, can everybody see the Port of Grays Harbor presentation? We good? Thank you. Okay, and then Alyssa, I will go ahead and hand controls over to you. Let me look for you here. All right, go ahead and give that a shot, Alyssa. If you just want to move your cursor around, I'll let you know when it pops up on this end.
Okay.
Sometimes you have to click or double click to get, there we go. Okay, I can see you. So at the lower left corner, there's some very faint arrows, or you can use your arrow forward and arrow back on your keyboard to advance slides. So if you want to give that a shot, and we'll make sure that you have controls. All right.
Is that working? Okay.
Looks like it's working. And just a reminder, you have 12 minutes and I will keep track of time. And it's all yours. Good luck.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Shea with the Port of Grays Harbor. I'm responsible for managing the Port of Grays Harbor's East County property portfolio, including our business park and our recreational properties, including Friends Landing. Here today to tell you about our development application for phase 2 of the Friends Landing boat launch renovation project. So for reference, we have a regional location map to familiarize yourself with our location. Friends Landing is a recreational facility located in Grays Harbor County, just outside of Montesano, about an hour from the Pacific coast, and we are centrally located between Portland and Seattle. It's also a tourist destination for many visitors traveling to our nearby beaches and the Olympic Peninsula Loop. On this slide is our site map, and Friends Landing offers 152 acres of recreation opportunities on the Chehalis River and Lake Quig, which includes hiking, fishing, camping, and bird watching. The facilities we have on this property include a campground with 18 RV sites, 10 tent sites, a boat launch with parking lot, 2 fishing shelters, 2 picnic shelters, a playground and paved walking trail loop, and the boat launch parking lot is in the red circle on your screen. I wanted to briefly cover the history of Friends Landing because it provides context on where we're at today. The property was donated to Trout Unlimited in 1988. Starting in the early 1990s, it was developed as a recreational facility that could be used by all, with a special interest in making the site accessible for people with disabilities to enjoy, where they could access fishing, camping, and outdoor recreation in Washington State. RCO played a critical role in the funding and creation of this facility. And in 2014, the nonprofit owner of these facilities chose the Port of Grace Harbor to take over the long-term management and ownership of Friends Landing. And so the property was gifted to us. And our port vision of providing public access to the waterfront and promoting tourism was a perfect fit to manage these assets. So for our scope, in 2022, we were successful in obtaining a RCO planning grant to complete the design, engineering, and permitting on this project. So now we are applying for phase 2, which would be construction. All components of this project are on the upland with a focus on ADA accessibility and enhancing the boater experience. The primary components to be constructed would include the raised upland boarding ramp for access into boats to be installed in the current parking lot, paved and striped parking, and ADA designated parking and crosswalk. The attachment shows the 30% design, and our request is for $650,000, with our matching share being $230,000. The primary goal of this project meets our vision of providing accessibility features for our users where there are no features now. The existing gravel parking lot is deteriorating. The eastern portion experiences tidal flooding during high tide, and there is no striping or configuration, making the use very inefficient. As seen in the photo on the slide, boaters park on the southern portion of the parking lot, leaving the northern half of the parking lot open and difficult to access. The boat launch and parking lot are used year-round to access the Chehalis River just outside of Montesano. The heaviest usage is during the fall months to access the recreational salmon fishery, and this fishing is only growing in popularity, and the location, coupled with the ability to camp on site, makes this a very attractive spot for anglers from all over the state. Improvements to this boat launch were identified in our 2022 recreation plan. And of note, in 2024, our boat launch usage increased 54.7% over the previous year. Friends Landing is uniquely situated to access the Chehalis River for boaters. The nearest boat launch to the east, is to the west, is 8.25 miles away in Cosmopolis. And to the east is the Fuller Launch managed by Fish and Wildlife. About 2 miles upriver on the flag on the right is the Fish and Wildlife South Montesano boat launch. Both of these locations are limited in room to grow, so these two BFP-funded launches work together to provide access to the Chehalis River to boaters and open up a stretch of river that would otherwise be a great distance from the nearest boat launches. In 2016, we completed an update to our recreation plan, and this graph highlights the results of community feedback that fishing and boating on the Chehalis River was one of the top reasons guests visited Friends Landing. ADA accessibility, fishing, and fish cleaning were also highlighted, showing the role that fishing plays in reasons why visitors come to Friends Landing. The map on your screen shows port-owned parcels, Friends Landing and Sterling Landing. Sterling Landing is located on the Wynoochee River and features a primitive drift boat launch, and the South Montesano boat launch is shown on the right. These three facilities with distinct features work together to provide a common goal: access to the river system in Grace Harbor for fishing and recreation. The purpose of this slide is to show you that these three facilities combined are all needed to serve the demand, and our boat launch on the Chehalis is critical in continuing to serve the boaters. Friends Landing is a total of a 152-acre property, but the majority of the site is sensitive areas. We are very limited in what we can do on this site to remain within the existing developed areas, which is why it's so important that we invest in this existing developed parking lot and improve it for the future. The boat launch at Friends Landing is complementary to the other assets at Friends Landing, including the 18-site RV park, 10 tent sites, and the walking trail. The campground plays an active role in influencing boat launch usage, allowing guests from outside the area to stay and play with easy access from their lodging to the boat launch. And the campground sites also function as parking for boaters, for those who are staying in the campground as well. So they can park their trailers in those sites. I've also highlighted other areas in blue where guests have access to overflow parking if the boat launch parking is full. And I know in technical review, there were a lot of questions about the size of the boat launch parking lot and being able to accommodate additional parking. And so wanted to show you we're able to do that on site. So again, Friends Landing is an established outdoor recreational facility with a variety of complementary uses. There are no other similar facilities in the area that have the amount of assets and infrastructure that Friends Landing does. All the facilities at this property play a role in the boater experience when a family chooses to come to Friends Landing with their boat for fishing. The area is well known as a productive fishing location for salmon, but also sturgeon, as you can see from the photo taken at the boat launch. It's also used by many locals as a recreational boat launch. So our priority for this project is improving the accessibility features. And part of our strategy has been to focus on upland improvements rather than any in-water work to ensure we can meet timelines to complete permitting and begin construction in 2026. We're using a proven model for the upland boarding ramp, as seen here in this photo from the Fish and Wildlife South Montesano boat launch. And again, Friends Landing is owned and operated by the Port of Grace Harbor, a countywide port district, and we have our own environmental and engineering staff, so we are no stranger to managing permitting and projects around the water. Now I'll cover the components of the project. In the blue shaded area, we will fully pave this area and dedicate 2 stalls to ADA accessibility while providing 21 additional paved and marked spaces. On the south or the bottom of the blue is a hub where you will see the boarding ramp, the kiosk, and paved area dedicated to the portable restroom. To the north in black is an existing walking trail. This area will be a functional part of the parking lot. It will be a new raised berm that will keep the high tide floodwaters out of the parking lot, and the trail will be repaved as part of this. To the left in green, we will add a section of paved accessible walkway for users to safely go around the perimeter of the parking lot. And on the bottom in red, we will repave the access road into the boat launch and parking lot and add a striped area for pedestrian safety. We utilized our social media platform to solicit comments on our draft design. I also stay in regular contact with a group of our users and emailed the link with the plans to them. From this engagement, we received 2 comments from our users. Only one user had concerns about the overall design being a change from what is there currently. And overall, our users want to see increased investment and improvement in this location and are positive about the improvements, specifically the ADA improvements. The Port of Grace Harbor's goal is to provide waterfront access to the community and promote tourism. This project will maintain and enhance that waterfront access. It will also protect the existing development rather than creating a new project elsewhere. With regards to social factors, Grace Harbor currently ranks 37 out of 39 counties in statewide health rankings. Facilities like Friends Landing give community members access to outdoor recreation opportunities and culture enhancement and sustainable food opportunities like fishing. This project will also be designed or is designed to meet the 2024 Stormwater Management Manual for Western Washington. The benefits to this project include increased access and usage by the mobility impaired population, to outdoor recreation, continued public investment in an existing public facility that serves a unique purpose in providing access to the Chehalis River, And these improvements will extend the lifespan of the existing facility while improving safety, security, and circulation at the site. As usage continues to grow, as I mentioned in our boat launch usage numbers from 2024, we feel strongly that the benefit far outweighs the cost. This boat launch was originally designed and built for boats on trailers and primarily used by boats on trailers. So the full scope of this project is for boats on trailers and motorized boats. The primary purpose of this project is to improve the boater experience by adding accessibility features, including the ADA parking, the crosswalks, and the upland boarding ramp. These enhancements could open up the launch to more users who have found it difficult to board in the past. Should we receive a high enough ranking to receive funding, we will have a shovel-ready project that could go to bid right away once we have a signed contract with RCO. Given that this project is generally straightforward with upland improvements in an existing developed area, we do not anticipate any holdups in our permitting process and plan to have our permits in hand this spring. Although we could go to bid and begin construction right after award, we don't want to close the boat launch down in the fall during salmon season for construction. So we would wait until that fishing season is over and build the project in 2026. And with that, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present our project, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much, Alyssa. You were right on schedule. Okay, any questions? Yeah, go ahead, Linda.
Hi, could you go back to slide 15, please?
Slide 15, you bet.
It's just the site plan one. There. You had comments about the eastern portion being flooded by high tides. Is that, I don't know where east is. So is that up where at the top of the slide?
Yeah, I would say probably northeast, so top, the top part of that parking lot on the right-hand side.
And so you're building a berm to keep the water out?
Yeah, so that section of trail would be elevated slightly. And when I say berm, it's not going to be like 5 feet tall. It's going to be like maybe 12 inches higher. That will keep out the flood or the high tide water from Lake Quig. Lake Quig is tidally influenced, and it does come into that area and inundate portions of that parking lot.
Okay, so that trail, how does that impact the boaters' use? Just by keeping the water out of the parking lot?
Yeah, so that would be a functional part of the parking lot in keeping the water out.
Okay, and then your green ADA trail, how is that used by the boater?
Yeah, so the green ADA trail would be, it could be, so I would just say that the boaters use this entire area to recreate because there's water on both sides. So they're utilizing it for their own safety. So we're trying to take people out of walking through the parking lot and put them in a safe area is kind of what the goal there.
Okay, it's not necessarily to get to their car in the trailer or anything like that. It's just to go from mainly hikers,
yeah, kind of funneling
going
pedestrians into one area.
Okay. Nope, those were the only 2 questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any other questions for Alyssa? Go ahead, Lowell.
Yeah, hi, Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. Question about the other side in the lake. There's a dock there, and it looks like maybe a swimming area. What type of boaters do they put in at the ramp, and then they can take it around into the lake? Is that kind of how people use that? Do they fish for different species over there in the lake?
So the lake is We limit the access on the lake to non-motorized users. So
Okay.
the launch is on the south side for the motorized boat launch. Usage, there's really no usage on the lake with non-motorized. It's few and far between
Okay.
that anyone
All
goes
right.
over there. That dock you see is a fishing dock, and there's no swimming area.
Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that question, Lowell. Any other questions for Alyssa? Okay, seeing none. Alyssa, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, take care. Okay, I am going to stop sharing and I am going to attempt to get back to our schedule. And then our next project is City of Lakewood. All right, let me get back over here. I'm going to share my screen. We're back at our schedule. Can everybody see that on the screen, the schedule? Great, thank you. Okay, Mary Dodsworth. Hello, Mary.
Hi.
Thank
Hello.
you very much for joining us. Let me get your presentation started here. Okay, does this look familiar, Mary?
That looks like the presentation.
All right, great. So I will go ahead and hand controls over to you, Mary. And just a reminder that you have 12 minutes for your presentation, and I will go ahead and keep track of time.
Perfect.
So let me. All right, go ahead and give that a shot, Mary. Move your cursor around. I'll let you know. There we go. That was quick.
Okay.
And it looks like you can advance. So I will go ahead and turn it over to you, and good luck.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for letting us share this presentation today. My name is Mary Dodsworth, and I'm here from the City of Lakewood to share information on the Edgewater Park Boat Launch Improvement Project. So where's Lakewood? Lakewood is located on the west side of the mountains, and it's in the Puget Sound region. We're located in Pierce County along I-5 between Seattle and Olympia. City of Lakewood is surrounded by the cities of Tacoma, University Place, Steilacoom, and adjacent to Joint Base Lewis-McChord. The red star shows you where Edgewater Park is located in the center of our region. And this slide will shows you the Lakewood community. We're an area of about 20 square miles with a population of about 64,000 people. Edgewater Park is located in the center of our city on Lake Steilacoom. Lake Steilacoom is a 308-acre lake, and it's the second largest lake in our city. This slide shows you the entire Edgewater Park master plan, which has been divided into two sections. The section to the left outlined in blue are our new park improvements, and the section to the right outlined in green will be our new boat launch improvement project. I wanted you to see that the boat launch project is part of a bigger park development, but does not overlap with the park development. And thanks to your detailed technical review, we did go back and we can clarify that there's no duplication between the two projects, and we are also able to reduce our project budget by about $500,000. The new boat launch project will develop 0.5 acres of undeveloped parkland to provide a new boat launch with site amenities for motorized boat access to Lake Steilacoom. This is the boat launch graphic that you'll see throughout this presentation. Question number 1, public need. A city with the name of Lakewood, you would think that we are full of water access sites and trees. In reality, Lakewood has very little public access to freshwater lakes. Let me accentuate the words public access. The city incorporated in 1996, and at that time, the community was already 95% built out. Almost all of our lake shorelines are already privately developed. And as you can see with this aerial picture of Lake Steilacoom, it's entirely residential. This map shows you an inventory of all of the developed public access water areas in our city. There are only 6 public access points to fresh water for 64,000 people. Of the 6 water access sites, only 4 include public boat launches. So let's chat about the condition of the boat launches in Lakewood. American Lake is the second largest lake in Pierce County and the largest lake in our city. This launch is located on Camp Murray, but is open to the public. This is a rural launch with little to no site amenities, and it's managed by Fish and Wildlife. This launch is also located on American Lake, but more easily accessible to our regional neighbors who regularly use the site. Improvements were made to this launch almost 20 years ago, and often some of the ramps are closed due to seasonal low water levels and damage from overuse. This little launch is on Lake Louise, which is entirely residential. This launch is not paved, and there are significant utility vaults impacting boater access. And finally, here we are at Edgewater Park. This launch was developed in the 70s at a street end near undeveloped parkland. And because it's the only public boat launch on Lake Steilacoom, it's critical that this launch is either maintained or improved or moved. The current location of this single lane boat launch is in the center of the park at a three-way intersection, which can create traffic issues and conflicts of use for drivers, neighbors, pedestrians, and boaters. The road you must use to launch a boat is steep with sight distance issues at the intersection. The launch is short and difficult to manage. Without a dock, people have to tie their boat to a tree so that they can try to find parking for their vehicle and trailers somewhere in the neighborhood. The road's very narrow and there's no sidewalks or established parking, but people park there anyway. This creates emergency access and safety issues that we're trying to address. So how else do we know that there's a public need for water access in Lakewood? Water access is a high priority in all of our local planning documents, such as our comp and shoreline master plans, our PROS plan, and our approved CIPs. A lack of water access is also identified in regional planning documents. We're on 17. Okay, and our local goals align with the state SCORP goals, which acknowledge the impacts of climate change, the importance of protecting and providing water access for future generations, the need to create safe and meaningful access while making sure that any new development does not result in a net loss of shoreline or further degrade shoreline values. All of the plans address the need for equity and access for all. Lakewood is one of the few cities in the state whose population is represented by a majority of BIPOC people, over 54%. And we're very proud of that. But many of these folks are underrepresented, living below the poverty line and dealing with health disparity issues. In fact, the census tracts within a 10-minute walk from Edgewater Park show people living below the HUD poverty level. By creating this new boat launch, we'll make strides in creating water access for all. Question number 2, site suitability. Edgewater Park, outlined in red, is a 2.8-acre undeveloped linear park along the shores of Lake Steilacoom. The city looked at various spaces around the lake to consider alternate locations for a new boat launch. Because of the residential development, there were no other public spaces big enough to build a new boat launch. We would need to purchase land and remove houses in order to create a new launch with trailer parking. So that's what we did. We determined that using the current undeveloped public open space was the best place to build a new boat launch, but we needed more space. So we purchased property next to the park, removed the structures, and designed a new boat launch in this location. To clarify, none of the costs to purchase the house or remove the structures were included in the budget for this project. The new boat launch will take the old one out of the right-of-way, off the road, and add features that will create a much better launch and boating experience. The new launch will be adjacent to a park and near a cove where the topography is naturally sloping towards the water. This is a quieter area of the lake, so boaters can get in and out without having to navigate busy lake boat traffic. It's a very suitable site. So we'll move to question 4, project design. So how do we come up with the current design? We don't do anything in Lakewood without getting everyone involved. The project planning started before COVID while updating our comp plan. The city spent over a year engaging community members through open houses, neighborhood focus groups, stakeholder meetings, and surveys. We heard from the public regarding the need for water access, as everyone now has a new awareness and recognize the importance of parks and how they support their physical and mental health. They wanted to see Edgewater Park developed. And more recently, we heard loud and clear about the issues, the impacts, concerns, and needs at this site. We also realized that improving boating access at this site would help reduce some of the impacts placed on other boat launches throughout the city. So let me tell you what we plan to do at this site. First, by moving the boat launch to a new location, we can create a circulation pattern that safely allows vehicles and trailers to easily access the launch without blocking the roadway. The 15-foot wide concrete launch will include a boarding float made out of fiberglass graded material. The staging and tie down areas will create a more efficient system and will reduce conflicts and congestion in the launch area. Vehicle and trailer parking were highly requested and much needed. 5 truck and trailer spots will be created along with 2 off-street parking spots. One of the trailer parking spaces will be ADA accessible. A small picnic shelter adjacent to the launch will allow folks to meet and gather or have lunch before or after boating. A restroom will support folks getting ready to embark or just getting back from boating. We're installing a Portland loo. This type of restroom reduces the impact of people using the nearby bushes or homeless people staying in it all day or all night. This is a flushing toilet, so it's much easier to install and maintain. The existing dock came with the property, and besides bringing great value to this project, it will provide a safe place for folks to watch the activities occurring at the boat launch or on the lake from a safe distance. The yellow arrows show you the ADA accessible pathways that will help people get safely to and from the boat launch and to the various site amenities. And we will also remove invasive plants, add native plants to reduce erosion and create habitat. Simple post and cable fencing will protect the plantings and the wildlife. So how much is this going to cost? Just over $2.7 million. A detailed cost estimate was created by our consultants, and based on your feedback, we went through the budget and we were able to eliminate duplication and reduce the overall project cost by about $500,000. This cost does include an escalator, anticipating construction in 2027. Question number 6, sustainability. These improvements will provide social, community, and environmental benefits. The site is already cleared and ready for improvements. We were strategic where we located the improvements, so no trees or tree canopy will be removed. The overall master plan ensures that there's no net loss of shoreline. Our wetland and shoreline restoration plan will remove invasive plants and add native plants to increase ecological function and support wildlife. This project supports our city climate change and urban forestry initiatives. And boating also creates social benefits, such as reducing stress by helping people escape a pressure-filled life. Boating promotes improved health outcomes and physical fitness by encouraging people to water ski and swim. Social connections will be made. Boaters will meet boaters. Neighbors will meet neighbors, along with intergenerational family bonding. The economic benefits include creating jobs to build and sustain this project, and our community will benefit from the local sales of goods and services such as food, fuel, and toys needed to play for the day. You can fish year-round on this lake, and it's annually stocked with rainbow trout. Also, maintenance will be reduced as graded docks are corrosion resistant, are lightweight, require minimal maintenance, reduce slipping due to their textured surface, and the grates meet environmental agency requirements. Question number 7, cost benefits. They're great. We've already completed surveys and studies such as our wetland delineation, critical area reports, and traffic studies. The land for the boat launch has already been cleared and it's ready for development. The materials needed will be locally sourced to reduce cost, freight, and their carbon footprint. This project will integrate apprenticeship utilization goals to support the future workforce of our region. We will permit all the improvements concurrently to save time, which will reduce cost escalation. These improvements will increase local revenues and boost property value. The improvements will increase, although the city has a very professional parks department, we've already established partnerships with the Department of Ecology, Conservation Corps, Washington Trails Association, Forever Green Trails, neighbors, and local churches who will support ongoing work parties, site surveillance, and maintenance. We're working with Pierce County or with the Pierce Conservation District on native plant donations and restoration work. Boats on trailers. The entire project and site was developed specifically for motorized boats on trailers. Which leads us to question 8, boating experience. This site has a rich history of boating use. 10,000 years ago, indigenous people, including the Nisqually tribe, fished and gathered along the shores of this area. In the 1920s, a bathhouse that included boating and picnicking was located in the same cove as Edgewater Park. But that facility burned down, and here is the lake you see today. Improvements we make today will greatly increase the boating experience. Once built, boaters will be able to easily get on and off the lake to play, float, and enjoy nature. You can fish year-round again on this lake, and it's annually stocked with rainbow trout. At 308 acres, there is room on this lake for more boating activity. Question 10, readiness. We are ready to go. We've done a lot of the preliminary work and the studies. We've got a great design that is permittable. We have our permit contacts and pathways defined. We have our matching funds in hand, and we're ready to move forward. We hope you're as excited as we are to get started on this project. We'd like to know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Mary. 8 seconds to spare. All right, any questions for Mary? Go right ahead, Linda.
I just had a couple. How many people are you expecting to use this site?
I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit. Could you repeat that question?
Oh, I'm sorry. How many voters do you expect at this site?
Well, it varies, right now we don't have traffic counters or permits or fee-based. So we did a traffic study and there were about 54 over a weekend that we counted on voters, but people are coming and going year round. So we don't have a really good count on that.
Okay. And you talked about your cable and post fencing. It's going to protect the shoreline. Will that keep boats and jet skis from nosing in to run in and use the restroom or go to the picnic shelter? Or will they nose into your beach or tie up to your viewing dock?
I think the way that the vegetation and the little post and cable will do that, we are having this area here. I'm not sure if you can see this little mousy thing, but the area that's just right here is an area where if you just wanted to run up and run out, you could pull in, run up to the restroom.
I don't see your mousy.
Oh, the area.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh.
I've got controls back, Mary.
Oh, you do,
there's
yeah. So if you could show the area below the boat launch that it's kind of the sandy beach area, that would be the area you could pull in and pull out for, a quick pickup or a run to the restroom kind of a situation. The other areas along the shoreline will be protected because we'll be doing restoration work because they're sensitive areas.
Okay. And the little circles in the water there, are those stumps?
Those are there are some stumps in the water. Yes, I think that's what those are. Mm-hmm.
Are you taking those out?
Some of those will be taken out, yes.
Okay.
As long as they let us through the permitting. They're the keepers of the stump.
They're the keepers of the stumps. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Linda. Any other questions for Mary? Go ahead, Lowell.
I'm Mary Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. In this design, did you guys consider, runoff mitigation, stormwater runoff? How did you consider that in the design?
Well, do you remember how we did it? Oh, there's vaults set aside within the infrastructure that was designed by the engineers to contain any water that's needed to be diverted or to utilize some of the natural areas for that stormwater runoff.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Great, thank you, Lowell. Any other questions for Mary? All right, Lowell, is that a leftover hand or did you have another question? All right. All right, last call questions for Mary. I see no more. Okay, thank you so much, Mary.
Thanks for your time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, and we are at our afternoon break. And our next presentation will start at 2:10. I'll be on a couple minutes early. And then, so we have 3 more presentations this afternoon. We'll start at 2:10 and get moving on those. So I'll go ahead and release everybody for a quick break and we'll see you back just shortly before 2:10. Thanks, everybody. we will start here in about a minute. Let advisory committee members come back from break. It looks like we do have, hello, Jill from the city of Lake Stevens.
Hi there.
Hello. Am I going to be handing controls over to you, Jill?
You are. Yes, please.
Great. Okay. So let me get to your presentation here. And then I will hand controls over to you. Let me find you real quick. There we go. Okay, Jill, go ahead and give that a shot. Move your cursor around and I'll let you when it shows. Yep, looks like you've got control.
Perfect.
All right, and just a reminder, you have 12 minutes. I'll keep track of time. And the floor is yours. Good luck.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Make sure I'm doing this right. All right. Well, good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to present the North Cove Marina Planning Grant in the Boating Facilities Program. I'm Jill Meese. I'm the Parks Planning and Development Coordinator for the City of Lake Stevens. See if I can do this now. I definitely did have it working. Okay. Lake Stevens is, let me bring up the map again. Lake Stevens is located in Western Washington within Snohomish County. The city of Lake Stevens is east of Everett and south of Marysville. This is an overview of the existing facility that these funds would be used for planning and design. This is a conceptual of a new facility. The city is requesting grant funds for planning this project, including construction-ready plans, cultural resources, and permits in hand. I'll jump into project need. The Lake Stevens is the largest lake in Snohomish County and draws users from across Washington state, as well as a large number of visitors from the Portland area, according to the arrivalist data provided by Snohomish County. Existing facilities and gap in service. Here on your screen, you can see the two launches geographically. The one on the left or the west side of the lake is Davies Beach, and the one on the right or the east side of the lake is our project at North Cove Boat Launch. North Cove is found in the northeast section of this 1,000-acre lake. At Davies Beach, there are 4 boat slips for day use available, in addition to boarding floats used for launching and retrieving. The city of Lake Stevens population is approximately 42,000 inside city limits, but Snohomish County has a population of nearly 850,000, and Lake Stevens being the largest lake in the county and one of the few that allow motors, it draws many users. To help demonstrate the growth that Lake Stevens is experiencing, the population of Lake Stevens in 2000 was roughly 6,400. Today it is roughly 42,000. The surrounding areas are experiencing similar growth. Marysville, our neighbor to the north, went from approximately 25,000 in 2000 to 73,500 today. The graph on the right shows boating information from Snohomish County, from the Northwest Marine Trade Association, showing over 3,000 boats were purchased by Snohomish County residents last year. This project is identified in the Capital Facilities Plan. Expanding water access is identified in the adopted Shoreline Master Plan and adopted Parks Plan. Adding guest moorage at North Cove will satisfy these goals. The existing facility was funded by BFP grants in 1996 and in 1998. And as you can see, it has served the city well, but it is over 25 years old and has had many emergency repairs. Site suitability. The city constructed a multi-use community building called The Mill with a large plaza in 2020 as part of an economic development initiative set forth by the Downtown Sub-Area Plan. The purpose of this was to revitalize downtown, improve and promote use of the park, and attract visitors to the downtown businesses. On the right, under the red arrow, we see North Cove Marina at North Cove Boat Launch, showing the close proximity to the sub-area. Some of you may remember we presented a previous project just north of this site, and I wanted to provide some context of that project and site suitability. The city created a Parks Department in 2022, and with that, a needs assessment was conducted. It determined that the site that this application is for was a much higher need than the other location, given the decline of this facility and the ability to add capacity at a site that already had a boat launch. Additionally, developing this site cuts down on potential swimmer conflicts, strengthening the suitability of this site over the previous one. This site already had a recently installed boat launch that the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife funded with the help of a BFP grant. So planning a new marina that will expand access is consistent with the recreational boating needs for the lake. For this planning effort, all projects that the city has undertaken are designed to be accessible. And this visual shows the project in relation to complement the universally accessible boat launch and existing ADA facilities currently on site. To further the success of this planning project, mitigation will include on-site restoration and removal of an obsolete dock at the city's property just north of this site. The city has successfully planned other projects like this with environmental focus. We believe this planning project will be successful because it is safety-driven, demand-driven, and the city has successfully redeveloped other water access sites, including loading docks at the other boat launch and a new dock at another location. Number 6, sustainability. For ecological factors, the low-impact design aims to use existing pilings to the extent feasible to reduce the new pilings needed. The aluminum and steel do not leach into the lake and require less maintenance than wood materials. Social and economic factors. This project fulfills a need of increased lake access by increasing the opportunities for recreational boaters to access downtown. It also encourages multimodal transportation to support the economic development initiative adopted by the Downtown Sub-Area Plan. This photo is of a local wakeboarder that uses the lake frequently. Recycled composite decking and low-maintenance pilings and framing will maximize lifespan and reduce future operational costs. This photo is from another site that the city developed in 2023. Number 7, cost benefit. This planning grant will allow staff to work with the public, engineers, and designers to get a project with the most boater benefit and will minimize the impact to the environment. This project also satisfies the goal of providing increased water access. Number 20, yeah, okay. Boats on trailers. The public launch is on site and designed to serve boats on trailers. Trailer parking is adjacent to this site, further showing the intent that this project is to serve boats on trailers. Number 9, boating experience. As mentioned before, this is the largest lake in Snohomish County and offers a wide range of recreation opportunities. Lake Stevens has worked with the state and local jurisdictions to preserve and expand the recreational boating use of the lake and has planned for competing uses. The public was heard loud and clear, and recreational boating is the #1 use of the lake. As such, the lake attracts large numbers of boaters. Lake Stevens has a rich history of water skiing and the water ski club that was established in the 1940s. The club maintains a submerged water ski course in the same cove this project is located. The annual Aquafest Festival, pictured here, hosts competitions for skiing, wakeboarding, and other exhibitions that continue today. This is a typical summer day now. Lake Stevens has always attracted recreational boating, but each year it increases because of the lake's size and reputation for good motor boating. Last year, nearly 1,250 boats paid for day use parking at this site. This site doesn't track yearly pass holders and anglers using the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife pass. So the use is largely higher, or is likely higher, excuse me. The current speed of the lake is 35 miles per hour and is consistent with recreational boating. This speed is not proposed to change. This planning project improves the boating experience by planning facilities that serve boaters. DFW, Arts and Parks Foundation, and Lake Stevens Water Ski Club have written letters of support. For project readiness, this planning effort can start as soon as funding is available. The city has undertaken projects like this, and initial consultation with DFW and DNR have taken place. The design of this project will comply with state and local regulations, so we do not anticipate any delays. Here is a visual timeline for our project if awarded by this grant. The duration of the project is estimated at 12 months. The start date can be adjusted depending on when the grant agreement is executed. Thank you for allowing Lake Stevens to present this planning project for guest moorage at North Cove. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Jill. All right. Any questions for Jill? Go ahead, Linda.
I don't know which slide it was at the very beginning, I think, or close to the beginning, that showed the site plan of what you're proposing.
The conceptual?
For your, the dock there, that one. No, go back. Yes, that. There's that long dock all by itself at the top of the picture. Is that something that's already there? You're going to use the pilings for, and it's going to be another moorage dock?
This is a separate dock. It's a low float rowing dock. It's been recently replaced on the site. So it's shown in this conceptual just for orientation, but there's no work proposed on that. This is just a conceptual of what could be there.
All right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. Go ahead, Erin. Oh, you're on mute, Erin.
There we go. Thanks. Thanks for the presentation, Jill. Would you say most of these boats are 23 feet and under, somewhere around there?
Yeah, the most common that we see are going to be ski boats that or wakeboard boats, but yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
You bet.
Thank you for that. All right. Any other questions for Jill? All right. Seeing none, Jill, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right. We will move on to City of Everett. Make sure that we are running a little bit early. It does not look like our presenter is here for City of Everett quite yet. We're looking for Lisa Page. Lolly, am I seeing you wave? Are you going to be presenting the next project, the City of Everett? Can you hear me, Lolly?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, are you going to be presenting the City of Everett's project?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Great. Okay, I will go ahead and start the presentation. And then I will hand controls over to you. You should have them now. If you want to start moving your cursor, I'll let you know when it shows up on this end. There we go. And if you want to try to advance your slides, make sure you have, it looks like you've got it. Okay, just a reminder, you have 12 minutes and I will keep track of time. And it's all yours. Good luck.
All right, thank you. Hello, and thank you for having me here today. I'm Lolly Huggins, a Capital Projects Coordinator for the City of Everett, and I'm here to present our proposal for the boat launch at Langus Riverfront Park. The City of Everett will use this grant to renovate the Langus Riverfront Park boat launch at Everett, Washington. The proposed renovations will add ADA-compliant boarding floats, proper debris deflectors, replace the timber pilings with steel pilings, and add light filtering grating. The primary recreation activity supported by this project is motorized boating for boats under 26 feet. The facility serves as the primary access point for a large recreational fishery within the Snohomish River and its estuary. The boat launch needs renovations and updates to continue providing safe and accessible access to the river. Everett is in western Snohomish County. The Snohomish River is often referred to as the gateway to Puget Sound and surrounding sloughs. The project site is in the east portion of central Everett and adjacent to the Snohomish River. The park has been in operation for 36 years and provides important services such as a boat launch, parking for vehicles and trailers, restrooms, and a lighted walking path. The city of Everett is surrounded by the water on 3 sides. Langus Riverfront Park is identified in the city of Everett's 2022 PROS plan and is classified as a regional park that spans over 95 acres. Our shoreline management plan requires us to increase water access to the water. The need for this project is supported by the City and Parks Department long-term planning documents. This facility is one of only 2 boat ramps along a 13-mile stretch of the Snohomish River. The existing boarding floats are well beyond their useful life, and over time they've been damaged by storms and floating debris. Safety and accessibility issues currently affect this facility, which have significant impact on the user experience of the site. The boarding floats are listing on both sides of the ramp. Without repair and stabilization, the boats could become increasingly unsafe, potentially leading to incidents and injuries. The debris camels allow large quantities of driftwood to enter and collect at the launch, creating both navigational and safety challenges. The abutment hinge footing is damaged due to accumulating debris. We need to replace outdated timber piles and replace the submerged wooden debris camels. Over the past 5 years, we've seen around 4,800 boaters annually using this ramp to launch and retrieve their vessels. During peak seasons, particularly in the fall, the ramp serves as a vital access point for a diverse group of users such as recreational fishers, bird hunters, and wildlife enthusiasts. The facility's infrastructure is showing wear from continuous high use, and improvements are needed. Replacing the outdated timber piles with new steel piles offers a superior strength and durability, providing the necessary reinforcement for a structure that endures heavy usage year-round. We need to replace the submerged wooden debris camels with a high-density polyethylene camels that are more effective in deflecting and managing debris and redirecting it away from the ramp. This facility was intentionally constructed to serve as a premier destination for recreational boaters, providing essential access to the Snohomish River. At Langus Riverfront Park, visitors can launch their boats and navigate the Snohomish River. The ramp has 2 lanes with boarding floats and can accommodate boats up to 20 feet, making it accessible for a range of small vessels and perfect for recreational fishing, bird watching, or simply a day on the water. Our adjacent land uses are: to the north is a fishing pier and Smith Island, to the east is Spencer Island Park, the Everett Animal Shelter, Union and Dead Man Slough, accessible by a kayak, or to the south is Everett Rowing Club. The Snohomish River is known for some of the best salmon fishing in the area. There is an abundance of wildlife to view, such as deer, raptors, herons, beavers, mink, and otters. We have accurate cost estimates that include engineering and permitting and the cost of construction. The aesthetics of our project include changing out the old timber piles for new steel piles, replacing the submerged debris camels with HDPE debris camels, and adding light filtering deck grading. The FRP grading should only require pressure washing to keep it clean and free of debris. The new planned boarding float system will be state-of-the-art, constructed entirely of high-density polyethylene materials. This includes the HDPE pipe and sheet products that will be thermally welded to form a seamless monolithic structure. This design was used at another city-owned boat launch and is tested to last. By using HDPE, it eliminates the need for wood, metal, or hardware below the waterline, which significantly reduces the risk of corrosion, decay, and environmental impact. This design ensures durability, but also requires less maintenance over its lifespan, making it a sustainable and cost-effective solution. The decking and bow rail will be made of fiberglass or other synthetic materials, which are chosen for their strength, longevity, and low environmental footprint, while providing an accessible surface for all users. We have engaged a professional engineer to assist with the preparation of detailed construction drawings. The engineering team has engaged an environmental group to assist in providing environmental permitting services. Our in-house staff will oversee construction and manage grant administration. The boarding floats are 6 feet wide by 110 feet long and 6 feet by 160 feet long. They will have a 4-inch bull rail for ADA compliance. The new boarding ramps will also be made of FRP material that has a 50-year lifespan. The ramps are designed to be ADA compliant and slip resistant. The new boarding float design is designed as a monolithic structure with decking and bull rail materials that won't rot or degrade when exposed to the elements. The boat launch promotes opportunities for people to get out and enjoy nature. Everett Rowing and Milltown Rowing use the boat launch for their motorized coaching boat. Easy access to the Snohomish River system is for smaller boats 20 feet and under. There is a launch fee of $10 via the online process. It is also close to Jetty Island Landing and the 10th Street boat launch. For our cost benefit, this project is an investment with significant returns to our community, the environment, and the city's financial sustainability. For safety and accessibility, the new boarding deck will offer a safe, more accessible experience for everyone. The environmental benefits are the new boarding float design will allow light to pass through, supporting the life cycle of juvenile salmon and other aquatic species, aligning with our city's longstanding commitment to conservation. The economic advantages are the new boarding deck has an estimated life expectancy of 50 years with only pressure washing necessary for regular maintenance. And the long-term value for boaters and the public, the enhanced boat launch will attract more visitors, boosting local tourism and benefiting the local economy. It will provide a safer, more reliable facility for boaters, anglers, wildlife enthusiasts, and families. For boats on trailers, we have 2 launch lanes with docks, usable for boats 20 feet or smaller, except in extreme minus low tides. We do have a paved parking for 45 vehicles with trailers and overflow parking. Our site has a full-service restroom with warm water. The boating experience at Langus Riverfront Park Boat Launch is ideally located along the Snohomish River. This river is 20 miles long and influenced by the tide. Any boat 20 feet or smaller can access the river from Langus Boat Launch. The boat launch has 2 lanes and can accommodate up to 6 boats depending on the tide. This boat launch has rich history. Boaters have launched for generations, even before the city of Everett purchased this property and formally developed the ramp in 1988. This longstanding site is a deeply valued asset for the community. The original ramp construction was made possible through a boating facilities program grant, and it is part of a 95-acre park that is well-loved recreation and conservation area. The boat ramp's design supports safe and efficient boat launching and retrieval, reduces congestion, and makes it a preferred location for boaters in our region. We are truly excited about this opportunity to move forward with the renovation of Langus Riverfront Boat Launch. We are ready to begin the renovation. We have an established team ready to submit the design for the permits and have it out and done by the RCO grant deadline. The funding for this project is in our 2025 CIP budget, reflecting our commitment to moving this project forward as soon as possible. We have the matching funds in the account, but without the grant, this project won't be able to be completed. We have the resources and infrastructure in place to oversee construction process and manage the grant, allowing us to stay on schedule and within budget. I'd like again to thank you for your time and attention as I've shared details of this important project to improve Langus Riverfront Park Boat Launch. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the project design or any other details. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lolly. That is a tongue twister for sure.
It is. Thank you.
All right. So questions for Lolly. Go right ahead, Linda.
I just have one question. You mentioned multiple times this was limited to 20-foot boats. Is there a reason why?
For 20-foot boats?
Yes.
It is for this particular project. We can't. It's for the project where Larger boats typically don't come down the river because of the influence of the tide. They typically, this area, they won't be down there. And this is where most of the anglers and stuff are waiting for the salmon to come on around for them, or.
Okay, so it's not physically, they can't use the ramp if they're up to 26 feet.
They could, but it is, this ramp here, from my understanding, is meant for boats 20 feet or smaller. If you want a larger boat, you can go up and launch out of the 10th Street boat launch and come back around.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I've never heard 20 foot versus 26 feet being an issue for a grant proposal. And I'm just wondering if the applicant is sort of catching on to that distinction and if it's really a big deal or not. I don't know that it's, I mean, is that sort of a qualifying issue or is that just sort of splitting hairs? Because I've just never heard that particular distinction ever be raised.
Right, so not a qualifying, so it does not affect eligibility for size. It's for, you know, recreational motorboat activities. So it sounds like for this particular project, it sounds like it might be more of a physical limitation, a physical site limitation, but certainly not a qualifying eligibility issue.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to flesh that out a little bit so nobody gets sort of twisted up on it unnecessarily if it's a factor, but I guess that just remains to be determined by the scorers. So, okay, thanks.
Thanks for that, Shane. Good clarification. Any other questions for Lolly on this project? All right, I am seeing none. Lolly, thank you so much. It was good to see you.
Thank you.
All right, and our last presentation for our local BFP projects is the Port of South Whidbey. And hello, Angie. Am I going to be handing controls over to you, Angie? Oh, you're on mute.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. I can. Great. Okay, so we will just flow right into the last presentation. Angie, let me find you here. All right, go ahead and give that a shot. Move your cursor around. Sometimes you have to click or double click. There we go. Okay, I can see you up there. If you want to go ahead and try advancing the slides, make sure you have that capability. All right, it's looking pretty promising. Okay, and just a reminder, Angie, you have 12 minutes for your presentation. I will go ahead and keep track of time. So it's all yours and good luck.
Okay, great. I'm here to present our application for the Possession Beach Waterfront Park boarding floats replacement. The boarding floats are rapidly approaching the end of their life. And so we are looking to replace these boarding floats. This particular facility is our busiest of a few boat launches that we have. To provide a very brief history, the park was built in the 1980s, which included a boat ramp, a caretaker residence, a picnic area, and a hiking trail. That work was funded by the IAC at the time and the ALEA. The boarding floats were built around that time, and so they're about 35 years old at this point in time. In 2017, we did rebuild the launch with RCO funds. But we took $23,000 of that grant and renovated the boarding floats to get some more life out of them. And so it's been 7.5 years, and they are still there, though barely. This is where we're located. We're in the Puget Sound at the southern tip of Whidbey Island. Here's Whidbey Island, and then all the way down here at the very south end is our facility. And you can see there's a little peninsula kind of thing there. And so our park is here on the east side of South Whidbey Island. We own the tidelands here at this park, so we're not on state-owned aquatic lands. You get a little bit of an overview of the park here. For our need, we estimated our ramp traffic for opening days of fishing and shrimping. We could see up to 50 to 60 launches on those special days. During the summer, we see 24 to 30 launches per day on the weekends, and then on the weekdays, maybe 8 to 10 launches, and a little bit lower use in the off season. We do remove the floats during the winter, which I'll get into a little bit more in a bit, but we see more than 2,300 launches per year. I want to sort of talk about our other boat ramps. They all have limitations. Starting here at Bush Point on the west side, they can experience severe currents and weather, wind especially. And so launching there is quite tricky. There is a boat launch here in Freeland. However, you can only use that if the tide is at a 5 or 6 foot. So the lower tides make it inaccessible. And then at Langley, there's a boat ramp at the South Whidbey Harbor, and that needs probably an 8-foot tide to launch. So that one, the restrictions there are pretty significant. Over here at Possession, the typical conditions are moderate weather-wise, and folks can launch at almost any tide there. So it's a favorite for the community. It is specifically included in our comprehensive plan established just last year. It specifically says that the Possession floats are in poor condition and need to be replaced. And here is a picture of what we have there at the site. They are constructed with very heavy and waterlogged timber. And so you can see how their integrity has degraded over the last 35 years. And then on the inside of them is polystyrene, which has become exposed at times and is degrading. In this picture, you can see our connections and how they're rusted, and their integrity is depreciating. And you can tell how the holes here have worn out over time. Here are some attributes of this park. There's restrooms, picnic areas, a nature trail. We have substantial parking to support the boat launch. There is a nice flow here where you can launch and turn around and then go park. Here is vehicle parking, and then this is vehicle and trailer parking. During the boat ramp renovation project, we gained specific information about the site, including a full set of drawings and specifications for the floats as they exist. So we took those and we met with our design engineer actually just last week. They provide a proposal to us already to develop a simple path forward. So we have some quotes for design, engineering, and permitting at this point in time. And then here I borrowed a picture from another project that has boarding floats that we would like to use. Hopefully they will work for us. You can't see in this picture, but the surface is light, permeable, and then they have these pontoon flotation devices below. The structures themselves, we are planning to have the same footprint with light permeation so that there's less environmental impact. And then we will plan to continue to remove them during the winter. While the conditions are mild during the summer, it is the Puget Sound. And so during the winter, we would like to continue to remove them to extend their service. And then also in addition to reduce impact to the environment. Here are our cost estimates. And I truly apologize. I missed a line item in this slide. In order for it to match our application, I missed $25,000 dedicated to potential mitigation. So the total is actually $350,000 as described in our application. Our previous design work will help make the cost more efficient, I do believe. The benefits to the facility are continued and or increased usage with the new floats. Be much better for the environment, and then the new floats will have better surface to increase safety. And then lastly, the current floats require skilled staff at very, very specific tides to remove. We need to use the water to put them in the water and take them out. Because they are too heavy for the local boom truck to lift. And so we're hoping that the new floats will be easier to manipulate. Whoops. The boarding floats are essential for ease of recreational trailerable boating. This project will not specifically increase the capacity for boats on trailers, but will maintain the current level of service that these boarding floats have provided for 35 years. And this is actually evaluation criteria number 9. This is a map of the Washington State fishing areas. This white section is Whidbey Island and is land, and the blue section is the water. Now, what's notable is that from our location here, you can access fishing areas 8, 2, 9, and 10 easily. And so the different fishing areas have different windows of time where you can fish for different species. And so it's super popular because there's a wide variety of areas that our community members can access from this boat ramp. Again, convenient access to the sound, fishing grounds, dive sites, Admiralty Inlet, and Saratoga Pass. For readiness, this is a currently existing facility. It's been owned and controlled by the port for 40 years. It has had some very nice recent renovations. This project in particular is relatively simple. And then we have an on-call engineering firm contract that we can access for the design and engineering phase. And that's it. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you so much, Angie. We'll go ahead and grab controls back here. In the meantime, any questions for Angie? Go ahead, Linda, and I'm going to go ahead and try and find a slide here.
The question I had was your application said you're going to start permit applications in January of 2025. Did that start?
What was your question, Angie? You kind of broke up a little bit at the end. Or Linda.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your application said that you were going to start your permitting process in January of this year. Did that start?
No, not quite yet. That's a good point. I didn't get to, but we have moved forward with our engineer. So hopefully within the next couple of months, we will be able to submit permit applications.
Okay. And is this actually a 2-lane ramp?
It's not. It is one ramp, a 1-lane ramp, but it is quite wide. So yeah. It's nice and like cushy, lots of room.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if people do use it both lanes.
You're fading in and out a little bit, Linda.
Oh, just because it was so wide, I was wondering if people are using it in both lanes.
At times.
At times, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we may, I mean, I don't, just because we only have one set of boarding floats there, you know, it's a nice amount of space on that boat ramp, but unfortunately, that other side doesn't see a ton of use while you know, people are loading and offloading.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any other questions for Angie? All right, I am seeing none. Angie, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time.
All right, and that brings us to the end of the BFP local projects. Before I stop the live stream on YouTube, I just want to mention that you've been watching the 2025 evaluation meeting for the boating facilities program. We are finished with today's evaluations where local agencies have presented project proposals for funding to develop and enhance recreational motorized boating in the state of Washington. Feel free to join us tomorrow when this team of volunteers will evaluate project proposals from state agencies in the boating facilities program. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and our grants available in Washington State, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. Thank you so much for joining us.